Chapter 0 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. Preface. The stories in this volume are transcribed from voluminous illustrated diaries which have been kept by me for some 20 years, spent in travel and in sport in many lands. The last 9 of them almost entirely in Japan, while collecting subjects of natural history for the British Museum. Trawling and dredging in the inland sea, sometimes with success, sometimes without, but in the end contributing to the treasury some 50 things new to science, and, according to Sir Edwin Ray Lancaster, adding greatly to the knowledge of Japanese ethnology. As may be supposed, such a life has brought me into close contact with the people, the fisher, the farmer, the priest, the doctor, the children, and all others from whom there is a possibility of extracting information. Many and weird are the tales I have been told. In this volume, the publishers prefer to have a mixture: stories of mountains, of trees, of flowers, of places in history, and legends. For the general results obtained in my diaries, I have to thank our late minister in Tokyo, Sir Ernest Soto, the ministers and vice ministers of foreign affairs and of agriculture, who gave me many letters of introduction, my dear friend Mr. Hattori, governor of Hyogo Prefecture, the translators of the original notes and manuscripts, often roughly written in Japanese, among whom are Mr. Ando, Mr. Matsuzaki, and Mr. Watanabe, and Mr. Monoyuki, who drew and painted the illustrations from sketches of my own, which must often have grated on his artistic ideas, keeping him awake in reflection on the crudeness of the European sense of art. To my faithful interpreter, Yuki Egawa, also are due my thanks for continual efforts to find what I wanted, and to many Japanese peasants and fishermen, whose good nature, kindness, and hospitality have endeared them to me forever. Well is it that they, so worthy a people, have so worthy a sovereign. R. Gordon Smith, June 1908. End of Chapter 0.
Chapter 1 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. The Golden Hairpin. Footnote: this story savors of Botan Doro, or Peony Lantern story, told both by Mitford and Lafcadio Hearn In this instance, however, the spirit of the dead sister passes into the body of the living one, assumes her form, leaves her sick and ill for over a year, and then allows her to reappear as if she had never been ill at all. It is the first story of its kind I have heard. End footnote. Up in the northern city of Sendai, whence come the best of Japanese soldiers, there lived a samurai named Hasunuma. Hasunuma was rich and hospitable, and consequently much thought of and well liked. Some 35 years ago his wife presented him with a beautiful daughter, their first child, whom they named Ko, which means small, when applied to a child, much as we say little Mary or little Jane. Her full name was really Hasuko, which means little lily, but here we will call her Ko for short. Exactly on the same date, Saito, one of Hatsunuma's friends, and also a samurai, had the good fortune to have a son. The fathers decided that, being such old friends, they would wed their children to each other when old enough to marry. They were very happy over the idea, and so were their wives. To make the engagement of the babies more binding, Saito handed to Hasuma a golden hairpin, which had long been in his family, and said, "Here, my old friend, take this pin. It shall be a token of betrothal from my son, whose name shall be Konojo, to your little daughter Ko, both of whom are now aged 2 weeks only. May they live long and happy lives together." Hatsunuma took the pin and handed it to his wife to keep. Then they drank sake to the health of each other and to the bride and bridegroom of some 20 years thence. A few months after this, Sato, in some way, caused displeasure to his feudal lord, and being dismissed from service, left Sendai with his family, whither no one knew. 17 years later, O-Ko-san was, with one exception, the most beautiful girl in all Sendai. The exception was her sister, O-Kei, just a year younger, and as beautiful as herself. Many were the suitors for O-Ko's hand, but she would have none of them, being faithful to the engagement made for her by her father when she was a baby. True, she had never seen her betrothed, and, which seemed more curious, neither she nor her family had ever once heard of the Sato family since they left Sendai over 16 years before. But that was no reason why she, a Japanese girl, should break the word of her father, and therefore O-Ko-san remained faithful to her unknown lover, though she sorrowed greatly at his non-appearance. In fact, she secretly suffered so much thereby that she sickened, and 3 months later died, to the grief of all who knew her and her family's serious distress. On the day of O-Ko-san's funeral, her mother was seeing to the last attentions paid to the corpses, and smoothing her hair with the golden pin given to Ko-san, or O-Ko. Footnote: O means Honorable Miss, San means Miss. Either will do, but Ko is the name. End footnote. By Sato in behalf of his son Konjo. When the body had been placed in its coffin, the mother thrust the pin into the girl's hair, saying, "Dearest daughter, this is the pin given as a memento to you by your betrothed, Conjo, let it be a pledge to bind your spirits in death, as it would have been in life, and may you enjoy endless happiness, I pray." In thus praying, no doubt, O Ko's mother thought that Conjo also must be dead, and that their spirits would meet, but it was not so, for 2 months after these events, Conjo himself, now 18 years of age, turned up at Sendai, calling first on his father's old friend Hasunuma. "Oh, the bitterness and misfortune of it all," said the latter. "Only 2 months ago my daughter Ko died. Had you but come before then, she would have been alive now. But you never even sent a message. We never heard a word of your father or of your mother. Where did you all go when you left here? Tell me the whole story." "Sir," answered the grief-stricken Conjo, "what you tell me of the death of your daughter, whom I had hoped to marry, sickens my heart, for I, like herself, have been faithful, and hoped to marry her, and thought daily of her. When my father took my family away from Sendai, he took us to Yedo, and afterwards we went north to Yezo Island, where my father lost his money and became poor. He died in poverty. My poor mother did not long survive him. I have been working hard to try and earn enough money to marry your daughter Ko, but I have not made more than enough to pay my journey down to Sendai. I felt it my duty to come and tell you of my family's misfortune and my own." The old samurai was much touched by this story. He saw that the most unfortunate of all had been Conjo. "Conjo," he said, "often I have thought and wondered to myself, were you honest or were you not? Now I find that you have been truly faithful and honest to your father's pledge. But you should have written. You should have written. Because you did not do so, sometimes we thought, my wife and I, that you must be dead. But we kept this thought to ourselves and never told Ko-san. Go to our Butsudan, footnote, family shrine, end footnote. Open the doors of it and burn a joss stick to Ko-san's mortuary tablet. It will please her spirit. She longed and longed for your return, and died of that same longing. For love of you, her spirit will rejoice to know that you have come back for her." Conjo did as he was bid. Bowing reverently 3 times before the mortuary tablet of O Ko-san, he muttered a few words of prayer in her behalf, and then lit the incense stick and placed it before the tablet. After this exhibition of sincerity, Hasunuma told the young fellow that he should consider him as an adopted son, and that he must live with them. He could have the small house in the garden. In any case, whatever his plans for the future might be, he must remain with them for the present. This was a generous offer, worthy of a samurai. Conjo gratefully accepted it, and became one of the family. About a fortnight afterwards he settled himself in the little house at the end of the garden. Hasunuma, his wife, and their second daughter, O-Kei, had gone by command of the daimyo to the Haijin, a religious ceremony held in March. Hasunuma also always worshipped at his ancestral tombs at this time. Towards the dusk of evening they were returning in their palanquins. Conjo stood at the gate to see them pass, as was proper and respectful. The old samurai passed first, and was followed by his wife's palanquin, and then by that of O-Kei. As this last passed the gate, Conjo thought he heard something fall, causing a metallic sound. After the palanquin had passed, he picked it up without any particular attention. It was the golden hairpin. But of course, though Conjo's father had told him of the pin, Conjo had no idea that this was it, and therefore he thought nothing more than that it must be O-Kei-san's. He went back to his little house, closed it for the night, and was about to retire when he heard a knock at the door. "Who is there?" he shouted. "What do you want?" There came no answer, and Conjo lay down on his bed, thinking himself to have been mistaken. But there came another knock, louder than the first, and Conjo jumped out of bed and lit the ando lamp. If not a fox or a badger, thought he, it must be some evil spirit come to disturb me. On opening the door with the ando in one hand and a stick in the other, Conjo looked out into the dark, and there, to his astonishment, he beheld a vision of female beauty, the like of which he had never seen before. "Who are you, and what do you want?" quoth he. "I am O-Kei-san, Oko's younger sister," answered the vision. "Though you have not seen me, I have several times seen you, and I have fallen so madly in love with you that I can think of nothing else but you. When you picked up my golden pin tonight on our return, I had dropped it to serve as an excuse to come to you and knock. You must love me in return, for otherwise I must die." This heated and outrageous declaration scandalized poor Conjo. Moreover, he felt that it would be doing his kind host Hasunuma a great injustice to be receiving his younger daughter at this hour of the night, and make love to her. He expressed himself forcibly in these terms: "If you will not love me as I love you, then I shall take my revenge," said O-Kei, "by telling my father that you got me to come here by making love to me, and that you then insulted me." Poor Conjo! He was in a nice mess. What he feared most of all was that the girl would do as she said, that the samurai would believe her, and that he would be a disgraced and villainous person. He gave way, therefore, to the girl's request. Night after night she visited him until nearly a month had passed. During this time, Conjo had learned to love dearly the beautiful O-Kei. Talking to her one evening, he said, "My dearest O-Kei, I do not like this secret love of ours. Is it not better that we go away? If I asked your father to give you to me in marriage, he would refuse, because I was betrothed to your sister." "Yes," answered O-Kei, "that is what I also have been wishing. Let us leave this very night, and go to Ishikomaki, the place where, you have told me, lives a faithful servant of your late father's called Kinzo." "Yes, Kinzo is his name, and Ishikomaki is the place. Let us start as soon as possible." Having thrust a few clothes into a bag, they started secretly, and late that night and duly arrived at their destination. Kinzo was delighted to receive them, and pleased to show how hospitable he could be to his late master's son and the beautiful lady. They lived very happily for a year. Then one day Oki said, "I think we ought to return to my parents now. If they were angry with us at first, they will have got over the worst of it. We have never written. They must be getting anxious as to my fate as they grow older. Yes, we ought to go." Konjo agreed. Long had he felt the injustice he was doing Hasunuma. Next day they found themselves back in Sendai, and Konjo could not help feeling a little nervous as he approached the samurai's house. They stopped at the outer gate, and Oki said to Konjo, "I think it will be better for you to go in and see my father and mother first. If they get very angry, show them this golden pin." Konjo stepped boldly up to the door and asked for an interview with the samurai. Before the servant had time to return, Konjo heard the old man shout, "Konjo-san! Why, of course! Bring the boy in at once," and he himself came out to welcome him. "My dear boy," said the samurai, "right glad am I to see you back again. I am sorry you did not find your life with us good enough. You might have said you were going. But there, I suppose you take after your father in these matters, and prefer to disappear mysteriously. You are welcome back at all events." Konjo was astonished at this speech and answered, "But, sir, I have come to beg your pardon for my sin." "What sin have you committed?" queried the samurai in great surprise, and drawing himself up in a dignified manner. Konjo then gave a full account of his love affair with Oki. From beginning to end he told it all, and as he proceeded the samurai showed signs of impatience. "Do not joke, sir. My daughter Oki-san is not a subject for jokes and untruths. She has been as one dead for over a year, so ill that we have with difficulty forced gruel into her mouth. Moreover, she has spoken no word and shown no sign of life." "I am neither stating what is untrue nor joking," said Konjo. "If you but send outside, you will find O-Kei in the palanquin in which I left her." A servant was immediately sent to see, and returned stating that there was neither palanquin nor any one at the gate. Konjo, seeing that the samurai was now beginning to look perplexed and angry, drew the golden pin from his clothes, saying, "See, if you doubt me and think I am lying, here is the pin which Oki told me to give to you. Bikurishita!" Footnote. An exclamation such as "Great Scott!" End footnote. Exclaimed Oki's mother. "How came this pin into your hands?" "I myself put it into Ko-san's coffin just before it was closed." The samurai and Konjo stared at each other, and the mother at both. Neither knew what to think, or what to say or do. Imagine the general surprise when the sick O-Ki walked into the room, having risen from her bed as if she had never been ill for a moment. She was the picture of health and beauty. "How is this?" asked the samurai, almost shouting. "How is it, O-Ki, that you have come from your sick bed dressed, and with your hair done and looking as if you had never known a moment of illness. I am not Oki, but the spirit of Oko, was the answer. I was most unfortunate in dying before the return of Konjo-san, for I had lived until then. I should have become quite well and been married to him. As it was, my spirit was unhappy. It took the form of my dear sister Oki, and for a year has lived happily in her body with Konjo. It is appeased now, and about to take its real rest. There is one condition, however, Konjo, which I must make, said the girl, turning to him. You must marry my sister Oki. If you do this, my spirit will rest truly in peace, and then Oki will become well and strong. Will you promise to marry Oki? The old samurai, his wife, and Konjo were all amazed at this. The appearance of the girl was that of Oki, but the voice and manners were those of Oko. Then there was the golden hairpin as further proof. The mother knew it well. She had placed it in Ko's hair just before the tub coffin was closed. Nobody could undeceive her on that point. But, said the samurai at last, old Ko has been dead and buried for more than a year now. That you should appear to us puzzles us all. Why should you trouble us so? I have explained already, resumed the girl. My spirit could not rest until it had lived with Konjo, whom it knew to be faithful. It has done this now, and is prepared to rest. My only desire is to see Konjo marry my sister. Hasunuma, his wife, and Konjo held a consultation. They were quite prepared that Oki should marry, and Konjo did not object. All things being settled, the ghost girl held out her hand to Konjo, saying, This is the last time you will touch the hand of Oko. Farewell, my dear parents. Farewell to you all. I am about to pass away. Then she fainted away and seemed dead, and remained thus for half an hour, while the others, overcome with the strange and weird things which they had seen and heard, sat round her, hardly uttering a word. At the end of the half an hour the body came to life, and standing up said, Dear parents, I have no more fear for me. I am perfectly well again, but I have no idea how I got down from my sick room in this costume, or how it is that I feel so well. Several questions were put to her, but it was quite evident that Oki knew nothing of what had happened, nothing of the spirit of Oko-san, or of the golden hairpin. A week later she and Konjo were married, and the golden hairpin was given to a shrine at Shiogama, to which, until quite recently, crowds used to go and worship. End of chapter 1. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 2 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. The Spirit of the Willow Tree. About 1,000 years ago, but according to the dates of the story, 744 years ago, the temple of San Joganjen-do was founded. That was in 1132. Sanju-Sanjen-do means hall of 33 spaces, and there are said to be over 33,333 figures of the goddess Kwannon, the goddess of mercy, in the temple today. Before the temple was built, in a village near by stood a willow tree of great size. It marked the playing ground of all the village children, who swung on its branches and climbed on its limbs. It afforded shade to the aged in the heat of summer, and in the evenings, when work was done, many were the village lads and lasses who vowed eternal love under its branches. The tree seemed an influence for good to all. Even the weary traveler could sleep peacefully and almost dry under its branches. Alas, even in those times men were often ruthless with regard to trees. One day the villagers announced an intention to cut it down and use it to build a bridge across the river. There lived in the village a young farmer named Heitaro, a great favorite, who had lived near the old tree all his days, as his forefathers had done, and he was greatly against cutting it down. Such a tree should be respected, thought he. Had it not braved the storms of hundreds of years? In the heat of summer what pleasure it afforded the children! Did it not give to the weary shelter, and to the love-smitten a sense of romance? All these thoughts Heitaro impressed upon the villagers. "Soon then approve your cutting it down," he said. "I will give you as many of my own trees as you require to build the bridge. You must leave this dear old willow alone forever." The villagers readily agreed. They also had a secret veneration for the old tree. Heitaro was delighted, and readily found wood with which to build the bridge. Some days Heitaro, returning from his work, found standing by the willow a beautiful girl. Instinctively he bowed to her. She returned the bow. They spoke together of the tree, its age and beauty. They seemed, in fact, to be drawn towards each other by a common sympathy. Heitaro was sorry when she said that she must be going, and she bade him good day. That evening his mind was far from being fixed on the ordinary things of life. Who was the lady under the willow tree? How I wish I could see her again, thought he. There was no sleep for Heitaro that night. He had caught the fever of love. Next day he was at his work early, and he remained at it all day, working doubly hard, so as to try and forget the lady of the willow tree. But on his way home in the evening, behold, there was the lady again. This time she came forward to greet him in the most friendly way. "Welcome, good friend," she said. "Come and rest under the branches of the willow you love so well, for you must be tired." Heitaro readily accepted this invitation, and not only did he rest, but also he declared his love. Day by day after this, the mysterious girl, whom no others had seen, used to meet Heitaro, and at last she promised to marry him if he asked no questions as to her parents or friends. "I have none," she said. I can only promise to be a good and faithful wife, and tell you that I love you with all my heart and soul. Call me then Higo, footnote, meaning goith or willow, endnote, and I will be your wife. Next day, Hitaro took Higo to his house, and they were married. A son was born to them in a little less than a year, and became their absorbing joy. There was not a moment of their spare time in which either Hitaro or his wife was not playing with the child, whom they called Chiyodo. It is doubtful if a more happy home could have been found in all Japan than the house of Hitaro, with his good wife Higo and their beautiful child. Alas, where in this world has complete happiness ever been known to last? Even did the gods permit this, the laws of man would not. When Chiyodo had reached the age of 5 years, the most beautiful boy in the neighborhood, the Emperor Toba decided to build in Kyoto an immense temple to Kwannon. He would contribute 1,001 images of the goddess of mercy. Now, in 1907, as we said at the beginning, this temple is known as Sanju-san-gen-do and contains 3,333 images. The ex-emperor Toba's wish having become known, orders were given by the authorities to collect timber for the building of the vast temple. And so it came to pass that the days of the big willow tree were numbered, for it would be wanted, with many others, to form the roof. Hitaro tried to save the tree again by offering every other he had on his land for nothing, but that was in vain. Even the villagers became anxious to see their willow tree built into the temple. It would bring them good luck, they thought, and in any case be a handsome gift of theirs towards the great temple. The fatal time arrived. One night, when Hitaro and his wife and child had retired to rest and were sleeping, Hitaro was awakened by the sound of axes chopping. To his astonishment, he found his beloved wife sitting up in her bed, gazing earnestly at him, while tears rolled down her cheeks and she was sobbing bitterly. "My dearest husband," she said with choking voice, "pray listen to what I tell you now, and do not doubt me. This is unhappily not a dream. When we married, I begged you not to ask me my history, and you have never done so. But I said I would tell you some day if there should be a real occasion to do so. Unhappily, that occasion has now arrived, my dear husband. I am no less a thing than a spirit of the willow tree you loved and so generously saved 6 years ago. It was to repay you for this great kindness that I appeared to you in human form under the tree, hoping that I could live with you and make you happy for your whole life. Alas, it cannot be. They are cutting down the willow. How I feel every stroke of their axes. I must return to die, for I am part of it. My heart breaks to think also of leaving my darling child, Chiyodo, and of his great sorrow when he knows that his mother is no longer in the world. Comfort him, dearest husband. He is old enough and strong enough to be with you now, without a mother, and yet not suffer. I wish you both long lives of prosperity. Farewell, my dearest. I must be off to the willow, for I hear them striking with their axes harder and harder, and it weakens me each blow they give. Heitaro awoke his child just as Higo disappeared, wondering to himself if it were not a dream. No, it was no dream. Chiyodo, awakening, stretched his arms in the direction his mother had gone, crying bitterly and imploring her to come back. "My darling child," said Heitaro, "she has gone. She cannot come back. Come, let us dress, and go and see her funeral. Your mother was the spirit of the great willow." A little later, at the break of day, Heitaro took Chiyodo by the hand and led him to the tree. On reaching it, they found it down, and already lopped off its branches. The feelings of Heitaro may be well imagined. Strange! In spite of united efforts, the men were unable to move the stem a single inch towards the river, in which it was to be floated to Kyoto. On seeing this, Heitaro addressed the men. "My friends," said he, "the dead trunk of the tree which you are trying to move contains the spirit of my wife. Perhaps if you allow my little son, Chiyodo, to help you, it will be more easy for you, and he would like to help in showing his last respects to his mother." The woodcutters were fully agreeable, and much to their astonishment, as Chiyodo came to the back end of the log and pushed it with his little hand, the timber glided easily towards the river, his father singing the while an uta (footnote, poetical song). There is a well-known song or ballad in the uta style said to have sprung from this event. It is sung to the present day by men drawing heavy weights or doing hard labor. Mazen nero kana, moto wa kumano, yanganino suwa de, sodati agitaro kono, midori go wa, yoi, yoto na. Footnote. It is not sad to see the little fellow, who sprang from the dew of the Kumano willow, and is thus far budding well. Heave ho, pull hard, my lads. End footnote. In Wakanowara, the laborers sing a working or hauling song, which also is said to have sprung from the story of the Yangani no Sei. Wakano urani wa meishoga gozaru, ichini gongen, nini tamashushi ma, sani saguri matsu, shini shiogama yo, yoi, Tona. Footnote. There are famous places in Wakanora. First, Gongen. Second, Tamashushima. Third, the pine tree with its hanging branches. Fourth comes Shiogama. Is it not good? End footnote. A third uta sprang from this story, and is often applied to small children helping. The wagon could not be drawn when it came to the front of Heitaro's house, so his little 5-year-old boy, Chiyodo, was obliged to help, and they sang, Muzan Nero Kana, Motowa Kumano, Yaganino, Sua De, Sodate Aitaru, Hono, Meteoro Wa, Yoi, Yoi, Yoto Na. Footnote: It is not sad to see the little fellow, who sprang from the dew of the Komono willow, and is thus far budding well. Heave ho, pull hard, my lads. End footnote. End of chapter 2. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 3 of Ancient Tales on Folkloric Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David McKay. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. Ghost of the Violet Well. Told to me by Shofukutai Fukuga. In the wild province of Yamato, or very near to its borders, is a beautiful mountain known as Yoshino-yama. It is not only known for its abundance of cherry blossom in the spring, but it is also celebrated in relation to more than one bloody battle. In fact, Yoshino might be called the staging place of historical battles. Many say when in Yoshino, we are walking on history, because Yoshino itself is history. Near Yoshino Mountain lay another, known as Subosaku, and between them is the valley of Shimizutani, in which is the Violet Well. At the approach of spring in this tani, or hollow, the grass assumes a perfect emerald green, while moss grows luxuriantly over rocks and boulders. Towards the end of April, great patches of deep purple wild violets show up in the lower parts of the valley, while up the sides, pink and scarlet azaleas grow in a manner which beggars description. Some 30 years ago, a beautiful girl of the age of 17, named Shinge, was wending her way up Shimizutani, accompanied by 4 servants. All were out for a picnic, and all, of course, were in search of wildflowers. O Shinge-san was the daughter of a daimyo who lived in the neighborhood. Every year, she was in the habit of having this picnic, and coming to Shimizutani at the end of April to hunt for her favorite flower, the purple violet, sumire. The 5 girls, carrying bamboo baskets, were eagerly collecting flowers, enjoying the occupation as only Japanese girls can. They raced in their rivalry to have the prettiest basketful. There not being so many purple violets as were wanted, O Shinge-san said, "Let us go to the northern end of the valley, where the Violet Well is." Naturally, the girls assented, and off they all ran, each eager to be there first, laughing as they went. O Shinge outran the rest, and arrived before any of them, and espying a huge bunch of her favorite flowers of the deepest purple and very sweet in smell, she flung herself down, anxious to pick them before the others came. As she stretched out her delicate hand to grasp them, oh, horror! A great mountain snake raised his head from beneath a shady retreat. So frightened was O Shinge-san, she fainted away on the spot. In the meanwhile, the other girls had given up the race, thinking it would please their mistress to arrive first. They picked what they most fancied, chased butterflies, and arrived fully 15 minutes after O Shinge-san had fainted. On seeing her thus laid out on the grass, a great fear filled them that she was dead, and their alarm increased when they saw a large green snake coiled near her head. They screamed, as do most girls amid such circumstances. But one of them, Matsu, who did not lose her head so much as the others, threw her basket of flowers at the snake, which, not liking the bombardment, coiled himself and slid away, hoping to find a quieter place. Then all 4 girls bent over their mistress. They rubbed her hands and threw water on her face, but without effect. O Shinge's beautiful complexion became paler and paler, while her red lips assumed the purplish hue that is a sign of approaching death. The girls were heartened, and tears coursed down their faces. They did not know what to do, for they could not carry her. What a terrible state of affairs. Just at that moment, they heard a man's voice close behind them. "Do not be so sad. I can restore the young lady to consciousness, if you will allow me." They turned and saw a remarkably handsome youth standing on the grass not 10 feet away. He appeared as an angel from heaven. Without saying more, the young man approached the prostrate figure of O Shinge, and taking her hand in his, felt her pulse. None of the servants liked to interfere in this breach of etiquette. He had not asked permission, but his manner was so gentle and sympathetic that they could say nothing. The stranger examined O Shinge carefully, keeping silence. Having finished, he took out of his pocket a little case of medicine, and, putting some white powder from this into a paper, said, "I am a doctor from a neighboring village, and I have just been to see a patient at the end of the valley. By good fortune I returned this way, and am able to help you and save your mistress's life. Give her this medicine while I hunt for and kill the snake." O Matsu-san forced the medicine along with a little water into her mistress's mouth, and in a few minutes she began to recover. Shortly after this, the doctor returned, carrying the dead snake on a stick. "Is this the snake you saw lying by your young mistress?" he asked. "Yes, yes," they cried, "that is the horrible thing." "Then," said the doctor, "it is lucky I came, for it is very poisonous, and I fear your mistress would soon have died had I not arrived and been able to give her the medicine. Ah, I see that it is already doing the beautiful young lady good." On hearing the young man's voice, O Shinge-san sat up. "Pray, sir, may I ask to whom I am indebted for bringing me thus back to life?" she asked. The doctor did not answer, but in a proud and manly way contented himself by smiling and bowing low and respectfully after the Japanese fashion, and departed as quietly and unassumingly as he had arrived, disappearing in the sleepy mist which always appears in the afternoons of springtime in the Shimizu Valley. The 4 girls helped their mistress home, but indeed she wanted little assistance, for the medicine had done her much good, and she felt quite recovered. O Shinge's father and mother were very grateful for their daughter's recovery, and the name of the handsome young doctor remained a secret to all, except the servant girl, Matsu. For 4 days, O Shinge remained quite well, but on the 5th day, for some cause or another, she took to her bed, saying she was sick. She did not sleep, and did not wish to talk, but only to think, and think, and think. Neither father nor mother could make out what her illness was. There was no fever. Doctors were sent for, one after another, but none of them could say what was the matter. All they saw was that she daily became weaker. Asano Zenbai, Shinge's father, was heartbroken, and so was his wife. They had tried everything, and failed to do the slightest good for O Shinge. One day, O Matsu-san craved an interview with Asano Zenbai, who by the by was the head of all his family, the daimyo, and great grandee. Zenbai was not accustomed to listen to servants' opinions, but knowing that O Matsu was faithful to his daughter, and loved her very nearly as much as he did himself, he consented to hear her. And O Matsu was ushered into his presence. "Oh, master," said the servant, "if you will let me find a doctor for my young mistress, I can promise to find one who will cure her." "Where on earth will you find such a doctor? Have we not had all the best doctors in the province, and some even from the capital? Where do you propose to look for one?" O Matsu answered, "Ah, master, my mistress is not suffering from an illness which can be cured by medicines, not even if they be given by the court, nor are doctors of much use. There is, however, one that I know of who could cure her. My mistress's illness is of the heart. The doctor I know of can cure her. It is for love of him that her heart suffers. It has suffered so from the day when he saved her life from the snake bite. Then Omatsu told particulars of the adventure at the picnic which had not been told before, for Oshinge had asked her servants to say as little as possible, fearing they would not be allowed to go to the valley of the Violet Well again. "What is the name of this doctor?" asked Asano Zenbai. "And who is he?" "Sir," answered Omatsu, "he is Dr. Yoshisawa, a very handsome young man of most courtly manners, but he is of low birth, being only of the Eta." Again note, the Eta are the lowest people or caste in Japan, skinners and killers of animals. End note. "Please think, master, of my young mistress's burning heart, full of love for the man who saved her life. And no wonder, for he is very handsome, and has the manners of a proud samurai. The only cure for your daughter, sir, is to be allowed to marry." Shinge's mother felt very sad when she heard this. She knew well, perhaps by experience, of the illnesses caused by love. She wept and said to Zenbei, "I am quite with you in sorrow, my lord, at the terrible trouble that has come to us, but I cannot see my daughter die thus. Let us tell her we will make inquiries about the man she loves, and see if we can make him our son-in-law. In any case, it is the custom to make full inquiries, which will extend over some days, and in this time our daughter may recover somewhat and get strong enough to hear the news that we cannot accept her lover as our son-in-law." Zenbei agreed to this, and Omatsu promised to say nothing to her mistress of the interview. Oshinge-san was told by her mother that her father, though he had not consented to the engagement, had promised to make inquiries about Yoshisawa. Oshinge took food, and regained much strength on this news, and when she was strong enough, some 10 days later, she was called into her father's presence, accompanied by her mother. "My sweet daughter," said Zenbei, "I have made careful inquiries about Dr. Yoshisawa, your lover. Deeply as it grieves me to say so, it is impossible that I, your father, the head of our whole family, can consent to your marriage with one of so low a family as Yoshisawa, who, in spite of his own goodness, has sprung from the Eta. I must hear no more of it. Such a contract would be impossible for the Asano family." No one ventured to say a word to this. In Japan, the head of a family's decision is final. Poor Oshinge bowed to her father and went to her own room, where she wept bitterly. Omatsu, her faithful servant, doing her best to console her. Next morning, to the astonishment of the household, Oshinge-san could nowhere be found. Search was made everywhere. Even Dr. Yoshisawa joined in the search. On the third day after the disappearance, one of the searchers looked down at the Violet Well and saw poor Oshinge's floating body. 2 days later she was buried, and on that day, Yoshisawa threw himself into the well. The people say that even now, on wet, stormy nights, they see the ghost of Oshinge-san floating over the well, while some declare they hear the sound of a young man weeping in the valley of Shimizutani. End of Chapter 3. Recording by David McKay. Chapter 4 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David McKay. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. Ghost Story of the Flute's Tomb. Told to me by Fukuga. Long ago, at a small and out-of-the-way village called Kumedamura, about 8 miles to the southeast of Sakai City, in Itsumo Province, there was made a tomb, the Fuezuka, or Flute's Tomb, and to this day many people go thither to offer up prayer and to worship, bringing with them flowers and incense sticks, which are deposited as offerings to the spirit of the man who was buried there. All the year round people flock to it. There is no season at which they pray more particularly than at another. Fuezuka tomb is situated on a large pond called Kumeda, some 5 miles in circumference, and all the places around this pond are known as of Kumeda Pond, from which the village of Kumeda took its name. Whose tomb can it be that attracts such sympathy? The tomb itself is a simple stone pillar, with nothing artistic to recommend it. Neither is the surrounding scenery interesting. It is flat and ugly until the mountains of Kyushu are reached. I must tell, as well as I can, the story of whose tomb it is. Between 70 and 80 years ago, there lived near the pond in the village of Kumedamura a blind ama, or shampooer, called Yoichi. Yoichi was extremely popular in the neighborhood, being very honest and kind, besides being quite a professor in the art of massage, treatment necessary to almost every Japanese. It would be difficult indeed to find a village that had not its ama. Yoichi was blind, and like all men of his calling, carried an iron wand or stick. Also a flute, or fuezuka, a stick to feel his way about with, and the flute to let people know he was ready for employment. So good an ama was Yoichi. He was nearly always employed, and consequently fairly well off, having a little house of his own and one servant who cooked his food. A little way from Yoichi's house was a small tea house placed upon the banks of the pond. One evening, April 5th, cherry blossom season, just at dusk, Yoichi was on his way home, having been at work all day. His road led him by the pond. There he heard a girl crying piteously. He stopped and listened for a few moments, and gathered from what he heard that the girl was about to drown herself. Just as she entered the lake, Yoichi caught her by the dress and dragged her out. "Who are you, and why in such trouble as to wish to die?" he asked. "I am Asayo, the tea-house girl," she answered. "You know me quite well. You must know, also, that it is not possible for me to support myself out of the small pittance which is paid by my master. I have eaten nothing for 2 days now, and am tired of my life." "Come, come," said the blind man. "Dry your tears. I will take you to my house, and do what I can to help you. You are only 25 years of age, and I am told still a fair-looking girl. Perhaps you will marry. In any case, I will take care of you, and you must not think of killing yourself. Come with me now, and I will see that you are well fed and that dry clothes are given you." So Yoichi led Asayo to his home. A few months found them wedded to each other. Were they happy? Well, they should have been, for Yoichi treated his wife with the greatest kindness, but she was unlike her husband. She was selfish, bad-tempered, and unfaithful. In the eyes of Japanese, infidelity is the worst of sins. How much more, then, is it against the country spirit when advantage is taken of a husband who is blind? Some 3 months after they had been married, and in the heat of August, there came to the village a company of actors. Among them was Sawamura Tamataro, of some repute in Asakusa. Asayo, who was very fond of a play, spent much of her time and her husband's money in going to the theatre. In less than 2 days she had fallen violently in love with Tamataro. She sent him money, hardly earned by her blind husband. She wrote to him love letters, begged him to allow her to come and visit him, and generally disgraced her sex. Things went from bad to worse. The secret meetings of Asayo and the actor scandalized the neighborhood. As in most such cases, the husband knew nothing about them. Frequently, when he went home, the actor was in his house, but kept quiet, and Asayo let him out secretly, even going with him sometimes. Everyone felt sorry for Yoichi, but none liked to tell him of his wife's infidelity. One day Yoichi went to shampoo a customer who told him of Asayo's conduct. Yoichi was incredulous. "But yes, it is true," said the son of his customer. "Even now the actor, Tamataro, was with your wife. So soon as you left your house, he slipped in. This he does every day, and many of us see it. We all feel sorry for you in your blindness, and should be glad to help you to punish her." Yoichi was deeply grieved, for he knew that his friends were in earnest. But though blind, he would accept no assistance to convict his wife. He trudged home as fast as his blindness would permit, making as little noise as possible with his staff. On reaching home, Yoichi found the front door fastened from the inside. He went to the back and found the same thing there. There was no way of getting in without breaking a door and making a noise. Yoichi was much excited now, for he knew that his guilty wife and her lover were inside, and he would have liked to kill them both. Great strength came to him, and he raised himself bit by bit until he reached the top of the roof. He intended to enter the house by letting himself down through the Temmado. Begin note: hole in the roof of a Japanese house in place of a chimney. End note. Unfortunately, the straw rope he used in doing this was rotten and gave way, precipitating him below, where he fell on the kinuta. Begin note: a hard block of wood used in stretching cotton cloth. End note. He fractured his skull and died instantly. Asayo and the actor, hearing the noise, went to see what had happened, and were rather pleased to find poor Yoichi dead. They did not report the death until next day, when they said that Yoichi had fallen downstairs and thus killed himself. They buried him with indecent haste, and hardly with proper respect. Yoichi having no children, his property, according to the Japanese law, went to his bad wife, and only a few months passed before Asayo and the actor were married. Apparently they were happy, though none in the village of Kumeda had any sympathy for them, all being disgusted at their behavior to the poor blind shampooer Yoichi. Months passed by without event of any interest in the village. No one bothered about Asayo and her husband, and they bothered about no one else, being sufficiently interested in themselves. The scandal-mongers had become tired, and like all 9-day wonders, the history of the blind ama, Asayo, and Tamataro had passed into silence. However, it does not do to be assured when the spirit of the injured dead goes unavenged. Up in one of the western provinces, at a small village called Minato, lived one of Yoichi's friends who was closely connected with him. This was Okuda Ichibei. He and Yoichi had been to school together. They had promised, when Ichibei went up to the northwest, always to remember each other and to help each other in time of need. And when Yoichi had become blind, Ichibei came down to Kumeda and helped to start Yoichi in his business of ama, which he did by giving him a house to live in, a house which had been bequeathed to Ichibei. Again, fate decreed that it should be in Ichibei's power to help his friend. At that time, news traveled very slowly, and Ichibei had not immediately heard of Yoichi's death, or even of his marriage. Judge, then, of his surprise one night on awaking to find, standing near his pillow, the figure of a man whom by and by he recognized as Yoichi. "Why, Yoichi! I am glad to see you," he said. "But how late at night you have arrived. Why did you not let me know you were coming? I should have been up to receive you, and there would have been a hot meal ready. But never mind. I will call a servant, and everything shall be ready as soon as possible. In the meantime, be seated, and tell me about yourself and how you traveled so far. To have come through the mountains and other wild country from Kumeda is hard enough at best, but for one who is blind, it is wonderful."
"I am no longer a living man," answered the ghost of Yoichi,
for such it was.
"I am indeed your friend Yoichi's spirit, and I shall wander about until I can be avenged for a great ill which has been done me. I have come to beg of you to help me that my spirit may go to rest. If you listen, I will tell my story, and you can then do as you think best."
Ichibei was very much astonished, not to say a little nervous, to know that he was in the presence of a ghost, but he was a brave man, and Yoichi had been his friend. He was deeply grieved to hear of Yoichi's death, and realized that the restlessness of his spirit showed him to have been injured. Ichibei decided not only to listen to the story, but also to revenge Yoichi, and said so. The ghost then told all that had happened since he had been set up in the house at Kumedamura. He told of his success as a masseur, of how he had saved the life of Asayo, how he had taken her to his house and subsequently married her, of the arrival of the accursed acting company which contained the man who had ruined his life, of his own death and hasty burial, and of the marriage of Asayo and the actor.
"I must be avenged. Will you help me?" me to rest in peace,"
he said in conclusion. Ichibei promised. Then the spirit of Yoichi disappeared, and Ichibei slept again. Next morning, Ichibei thought he must have been dreaming, but he remembered the vision and the narrative so clearly that he perceived them to have been actual. Suddenly turning with the intention to get up, he caught sight of the shine of a metal flute close to his pillow. It was the flute of a blind Amma. It was marked with Yoichi's name. Ichibei resolved to start for Kamedamura and ascertain locally all about Yoichi. In those times when there was no railway and a rickshaw only here and there, travel was slow. Ichibei took 10 days to reach Kamedamura. He immediately went to the house of his friend Yoichi, and was there told the whole history again, but naturally in another way. Asayo said, "Yes, he saved my life. We were married, and I helped my blind husband in everything. One day, alas, he mistook the staircase for a door, falling down and killing himself. Now I am married to his great friend, an actor called Tamataro, whom you see here." Ichibei knew that the ghost of Yoichi was not likely to tell him lies, and to ask for vengeance unjustly. Therefore he continued talking to Asayo and her husband, listening to their lies and wondering what would be the fitting procedure. 10 o'clock passed thus, and 11. At 12 o'clock, when Asayo for the 6th or 7th time was assuring Ichibei that everything possible had been done for her blind husband, a windstorm suddenly arose, and in the midst of it was heard the sound of the Amma's flute, just as Yoichi played it. It was so unmistakably his that Asayo screamed with fear. At first distant, nearer and nearer approached the sound, until at last it seemed to be in the room itself. At that moment a cold puff of air came down the Temmado, and the ghost of Yoichi was seen standing beneath it, a cold, white, glimmering, and sad-faced wraith. Tamataro and his wife tried to get up and run out of the house, but they found that their legs would not support them, so full were they of fear. Tamataro seized a lamp and flung it at the ghost, but the ghost was not to be moved. The lamp passed through him and broke, setting fire to the house, which burned instantly, the wind fanning the flames. Ichibei made his escape, but neither Asayo nor her husband could move, and the flames consumed them in the presence of Yoichi's ghost. Their cries were loud and piercing. Ichibei had all the ashes swept up and placed in a tomb. He had buried in another grave the flute of the blind Amma, and erected on the ground where the house had been a monument sacred to the memory of Yoichi. It is known as Fuezuka no Kwaidan, the Flute Ghost Tomb. End of Chapter 4. Recording by David McKay. Chapter 5 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David McKay. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. A haunted temple in Inaba Province. Again note, in many stories in manuscript volumes, I have told of Shito-dama, or astral spirits. So much evidence have I got from personal acquaintances as to their existence, and even frequent occurrence, that I almost believe in them myself. Some say that there are two shapes, the roundish, oblong tadpole shape, and the more square-fronted, eyed shape. Priests declare the shapes and sexes to be all alike, indistinguishable from each other, and square-fronted, as in number 2. My hunter, Oto of Itami, who with his son saw the old barber's wife's Shito-dama after she had died, declared that the shape was like an egg with a tail. At Tsuboune, near Naba, 2 or 3 dozen people who had seen the Shito-dama of a deaf man and that of a fisher girl there declared both to be square-fronted. Again, At Toshishima, the old men declare that there was a carpenter whose Shito-dama appeared 5 or 6 times some 15 years ago, and that it was red instead of having the ordinary phosphorescent smoky white appearance. Shito-dama, I take it, is the astral form that a spirit can assume if it wishes to wander the earth after death. This is the story of a dissatisfied spirit which haunted a temple and also showed itself as a ghost. End note. About the year 1680, there stood an old temple on a wild, pine-clad mountain near the village of Kisaichi in the province of Inaba. The temple was far up in a rocky ravine. So high and thick were the trees they kept out nearly all daylight, even when the sun was at its highest. As long as the old men of the village could remember, the temple had been haunted by a Shito-dama and the skeleton ghost, they thought, of some former priestly occupant. Many priests had tried to live in the temple and make it their home, but all had died. No one could spend a night there and live. At last, in the winter of 1701, there arrived in the village of Kisaichi a priest who was on a pilgrimage. His name was Jogen, and he was a native of the province of Kai. Jogen had come to see the haunted temple. He was fond of studying such things. Though he believed in the Shito-dama form of spiritual return to earth, he did not believe in ghosts. As a matter of fact, he was anxious to see a Shito-dama, and moreover wished to have a temple of his own. In this wild mountain temple, with a history which fear and death prevented people from visiting, or priests inhabiting, he thought that he had, to put it in vulgar English, a real good thing. Thus he had found his way to the village on the evening of a cold December night, and had gone to the inn to eat his rice and to hear all he could about the temple. Jogen was no coward. On the contrary, he was a brave man, and made all inquiries in the calmest manner. "Sir," said the landlord, "your holiness must not think of going to this temple, for it means death. Many good priests have tried to stay the night there, and every one has been found next morning dead, or has died shortly after daybreak without coming to his senses. It is no use, sir, trying to defy such an evil spirit as comes to this temple. I beg you, sir, to give up the idea. Badly as we want a temple here, we wish for no more deaths, and often think of burning down this old haunted one and building a new." Jogen, however, was firm in his resolve to find and see the ghost. "Kind sir," he answered, "your wishes are for my preservation, but it is my ambition to see a Shito-dama, and, if prayers can quiet it, to reopen the temple, to read its legends from the old books that must lie hidden therein, and to be the head priest of it generally." The innkeeper, seeing that the priest was not to be dissuaded, gave up the attempt, and promised that his son should accompany him as guide in the morning and carry sufficient provisions for a day. Next morning was one of brilliant sunshine, and Jogen was out of bed early, making preparations. Kosa, the innkeeper's 20-year-old son, was tying up the priest's bedding and enough boiled rice to last him nearly 2 full days. It was decided that Kosa, after leaving the priest at the temple, should return to the village, for he, as well as every other villager, refused to spend a night at the weird place. But he and his father agreed to go see Jogen on the morrow, or, as someone grimly put it, to carry him down and give him an honorable funeral and a decent burial. Jogen entered fully into this joke, and shortly after left the village, with Kosa carrying his things and guiding the way. The gorge in which the temple was situated was very steep and wild. Great moss-clad rocks lay strewn everywhere. When Jogen and his companion had got halfway up, they sat down to rest and eat. Soon they heard voices of persons ascending, and ere long the innkeeper and some 8 or 9 of the village elders presented themselves. "We have followed you," said the innkeeper, "to try once more to dissuade you from running to a sure death. True, we want the temple opened and the ghosts appeased, but we do not wish it at the cost of another life. Please consider." "I cannot change my mind," answered the priest, Besides, this is the one chance of my life. Your village elders have promised me that if I am able to appease the spirit and reopen the temple, I shall be the head priest of the temple, which must hereafter become celebrated." Again, Jogen refused to listen to advice and laughed at the villagers' fears. Shouldering the packages that had been carried by Kosa, he said, "Go back with the rest. I can find my own way now easily enough. I shall be glad if you return tomorrow with carpenters, for no doubt the temple is in sad want of repairs, both inside and out. Now, my friends, until tomorrow, farewell. Have no fear for me. I have none for myself." The villagers made deep bows. They were greatly impressed by the bravery of Jogen, and hoped that he might be spared to become their priest. Jogen in his turn bowed, and then began to continue his ascent. The others watched him as long as he remained in view, and then retraced their steps to the village, Kosa thanking the good fortune that had not necessitated his having to go to the temple with the priest and return in the evening alone. With 2 or 3 people he felt brave enough, but to be here in the gloom of this wild forest and near the haunted temple alone, no, that was not in his line. As Jogen climbed, he came suddenly in sight of the temple, which seemed to be almost over his head, so precipitous were the sides of the mountain and the path. Filled with curiosity, the priest pressed on, in spite of his heavy load, and some 15 minutes later arrived, panting, on the temple platform or terrace, which, like the temple itself, had been built on driven piles and scaffolding. At first glance, Jogen recognized that the temple was large, but lack of attention had caused it to fall into great dilapidation. Rank grasses grew high about its sides. Fungi and creepers abounded on the damp, sodden posts and supports. So rotten, in fact, did these appear, the priest mentioned in his written notes that evening, that he feared the spirits less than the state of the posts which supported the building. Cautiously, Jogen entered the temple, and saw that there was a remarkably large and fine gilded figure of Buddha, besides figures of many saints. There were also fine bronzes and vases, drums from which the parchment had rotted off, incense burners, or koros, and other valuable or holy things. Behind the temple were the priest's living quarters. Evidently, before the ghost's time, the temple must have had some 5 or 6 priests ever present to attend to it and to the people who came to pray. The gloom was oppressive, and as the evening was already approaching, Jogen bethought himself of light. Unpacking his bundle, he filled a lamp with oil, and found temple sticks for the candles which he had brought with him. Having placed one of these on either side of the figure of Buddha, he prayed earnestly for 2 hours, by which time it was quite dark. Then he took his simple meal of rice and settled himself to watch and listen. In order that he might see inside and outside the temple at the same time, he had chosen the gallery. Concealed behind an old column, he waited, in his heart disbelieving in ghosts, but anxious, as his note said, to see a Shito Dama. For some 2 hours he heard nothing. The wind, such little as there was, sighed round the temple and through the stems of the tall trees. An owl hooted from time to time. Bats flew in and out. A fungusy smell pervaded the air. Suddenly, near midnight, Jogen heard a rustling in the bushes below him, as if somebody were pushing through. He thought it was a deer, or perhaps one of the large red-faced apes so fond of the neighborhood of high and deserted temples. Perhaps even it might be a fox or a badger. The priest was soon undeceived. At the place whence the sound of the rustling leaves had come, he saw the clear and distinct shape of the well-known Shito Dama. It moved, first one way, and then another, in a hovering and jerky manner, and from it a voice, as of distant buzzing, proceeded. But, horror of horrors, what was that standing among the bushes? The priest's blood ran cold. There stood the luminous skeleton of a man in loose priest's clothes, with glaring eyes and a parchment skin. At first it remained still, but as the Shito Dama rose higher and higher, the ghost moved after it. sometimes visible, sometimes not. Higher and higher came the Shito-dama, until finally the ghost stood at the base of the great figure of Buddha and was facing Jogen. Cold beads of sweat stood out on the priest's forehead. The marrow seemed to have frozen in his bones. He shook so that he could hardly stand. Biting his tongue to prevent screaming, he dashed for the small room in which he had left his bedding, and having bolted himself in, proceeded to look through a crack between the boards. Yes, there was the figure of the ghost still seated near the Buddha, but the Shito-dama had disappeared. None of Jogen's senses left him, but fear was paralyzing his body, and he felt himself no longer capable of moving, no matter what should happen. He continued in a lying position to look through the hole. The ghost sat on, turning only its head, sometimes to the right, sometimes to the left, and sometimes looking upwards. For full an hour this went on. Then the buzzing sound began again, and the Shito-dama reappeared, circling and circling round the ghost's body until the ghost vanished, apparently having turned into the Shito-dama, and after circling round the holy figures 3 or 4 times, it suddenly shot out of sight. Next morning, Kosa and 5 men came up to the temple. They found the priest alive, but paralyzed. He could neither move nor speak. He was carried to the village, dying before he got there. Much use was made of the priest's notes. No one else ever volunteered to live at the temple, which 2 years later was struck by lightning and burned to the ground. In digging among the remains, searching for bronzes and metal Buddhas, villagers came upon a skeleton buried only a foot deep, near the bushes whence Jogen had first heard the sounds of rustling. Undoubtedly the ghost and Shito-dama were those of a priest who had suffered a violent death and could not rest. The bones were properly buried and masses said, and nothing has since been seen of the ghost. All that remains of the temple are the moss-grown pedestals which formed the foundations. End of Chapter 5. Recording by David McKay.
Chapter 6 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. A carp gives a lesson in perseverance. Between the years 1750 and 1760, there lived in Kyoto a great painter named Okyo Maruyama Okyo. His paintings were such as to fetch high prices even in those days. Okyo had not only many admirers in consequence, but had also many pupils who strove to copy his style. Among them was one named Rosetsu, who eventually became the best of all. When first Rosetsu went to Okyo's to study, he was, without exception, the dullest and most stupid pupil that Okyo had ever had to deal with. His learning was so slow that pupils who had entered as students under Okyo a year and more after Rosetsu overtook him. He was one of those plodding but unfortunate youths who work hard, harder perhaps than most, and seem to go backwards as if the gods were against them. Footnote: One day my old painter Busetsu was talking with me about Japan's greatest painters, and of one of them he told a strange story. It was interesting in one thing especially, and that was that the name of Rosetsu I could not find mentioned in Louise Gonce's book, though of course Maruyama Oiko was. 5 names are given as those of the best pupils of Okyo, but Rosetsu was not mentioned. I wrote to my friend, the local governor, who is an authority on Japanese paintings. His answer was, "You are quite right. Rosetsu was one of Oyoko's best pupils, perhaps the best." End footnote. I have the deepest sympathy with Rosetsu. I myself became a bigger fool day by day as I worked. The harder I worked or tried to remember, the more manifestly a fool I became. Rosetsu, however, was in the end successful, having been greatly encouraged by his observations of the perseverance of a carp. Many of the pupils who entered Okyo's school after Rosetsu had left, having become quite good painters. Poor Rosetsu was the only one who had made no progress whatever for 3 years. So disconsolate was he, and so little encouragement did his master offer, that at last, crestfallen and sad, he gave up the hopes he had of becoming a great painter, and quietly left the school one evening, intending either to go home or to kill himself on the way. All that night he walked, and halfway into the next, when, tired out from want of sleep and of food, he flung himself down on the snow under the pine trees. Some hours before dawn Rosetsu awoke, hearing a strange noise not 30 paces from him. He could not make it out, but sat up, listening and glancing towards the place whence the sound of splashing water came. As the day broke, he saw that the noise was caused by a large carp, which was persistently jumping out of the water, evidently trying to reach a piece of senbei, a kind of biscuit made of rice and salt, lying on the ice of a pond which Rosetsu found himself. For full 3 hours the fish must have been jumping thus unsuccessfully, cutting and bruising himself against the edges of the ice, until the blood flowed and many scales had been lost. Rosetsu watched its persistency with admiration. The fish tried every imaginable device. Sometimes it would make a determined attack on the ice where the biscuit lay from underneath, by charging directly upwards. At other times it would jump high in the air and hope that by falling on the ice, bit by bit would be broken away until it should be able to reach the senbei. And indeed the carp did thus break the ice, until at last he reached the prize, bleeding and hurt, but still rewarded for brave perseverance. Rosetsu, much impressed, watched the fish swim off with the food and reflected. "Yes," he said to himself, "this has been a moral lesson to me. I will be like this carp. I will not go home until I have gained my object. As long as there is breath in my body, I will work to carry out my intention. I will labor harder than ever, and no matter if I do not progress, I will continue in my efforts until I attain my end or die." After this resolve, Rosetsu visited the neighboring temple and prayed for success. Also he thanked the local deity that he had been enabled to see, through the carp's perseverance, the line that a man should take in life. Rosetsu then returned to Kyoto and to his master. Okyo told the story of the carp and his determination. Okyo was much pleased and did his best for his backward pupil. This time Rosetsu progressed. He became a well-known painter, the best man Okyo ever taught, as good in fact as his master, and he ended by being one of Japan's greatest painters. Rosetsu took for crest the leaping carp. End of chapter 6. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 7 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. Chapter 7. Legends told by a fisherman on Lake Biwa at Zizi. While up fishing on Lake Biwa, and later shooting in the vicinity, shooting is not allowed in the lake itself, the water being considered a holy place, I often made Zizi my headquarters. At the edge of the lake, just there, stands the cottage of an old fisherman and his sons. They have made a little harbor for their boats, but they cultivate no ground, their cottage standing in wild grass near a solitary road. The reason of this is that they are rich, for comparators, being the owners of an immense fish trap which runs out into the lake nearly a mile, and is a disgrace to all civilized ideas of conservation. They bought the rights from the daimyo, who owned Zizi Castle 100 years or more ago. This is not what I said, for I never asked or noted it. The trap catches enough to keep the whole of 4 families comfortable. 2 or 3 interesting little legends, truths the old senior fisherman I got either from himself or from his son while visiting his trap, or sitting under his willow, fishing myself for stories. Surely the Dana-san could not be interested in the simple old stories of bygone days. Even my sons do not care for them nowadays. I care for anything of interest, I said. And you will greatly please me by telling me any fisherman's legends of hereabouts, or even of the northwestern end of the lake if you know any. Well, there is our fireman, said the fisherman. This is a curious and unpleasant thing. I've seen it many times myself. I will begin with that. Legend. Many years ago, there was a daimyo who had constructed at the foot of the southern spur of Mount Hiei a castle, the ruins of which may still be seen just to the north of the military barracks of the 9th Regiment in Otsu. The name of the daimyo was Akechi Mitsuhide, and it is his Shito-dome that we see now in wet weather on the lake. It's called the Spirit of Akechi. The reason of it is this. When Akechi Mitsuhide defended himself against the Toyotomi, he was closely invested. His castle held out bravely and could not be taken in spite of Toyotomi's greater forces. As time went on, the besiegers became exasperated and prevailed upon a bad fisherman from Magisa village to tell where was the source of water which supplied Akechi's castle. The water having been cut off, the garrison had to capitulate, not before Akechi and most of his men had committed suicide. From that time, in rain or in rough weather, there has come from the castle a fireball, 6 inches in diameter or more. It comes to wreak vengeance on fishermen and causes many wrecks, leading boats out of their course. Sometimes it comes almost into the boat. Once a fisherman struck it with a bamboo pole, breaking it up into many fiery bits. On that occasion, boats were lost. In full, it is called the spider fire of the spirit of the dead Akechi. That is all, sir, I can tell of it, except that I often have seen it myself, feared it. That is very interesting, said I, and quite what I like. Can you tell me any more? Perhaps if Danasan found interest in that simple story, he would like to know the reason of why we always have such a terrible storm over the lake on February 25th. So I will tell that also. Legend. Long ago, there lived in the village of Komatsu, on the southeastern side of the lake, a beautiful girl called Otani. She was the daughter of a wealthy farmer, and of studious nature, as far as it was possible for a girl to be so in those days. That is to say, she was forever wishing to learn and to know things which were not always within the province of women to know. With the intention of acquiring and learning, she frequently crossed the lake in a boat alone to visit a certain talented and clever young monk, who was the chief priest of one of the smaller temples situated at the foot of Mount Haisa, just over there where you are looking now. So deeply impressed was Otani-san with the priest's knowledge, she lost her heart and fell in love with him. Visits became more frequent. Often she crossed the lake alone in spite of her parents' protests, when the waves were too high for the safety even of a hardy fisherman like himself. At last, Otani could resist no longer. She felt that she must tell the good priest of her love for him, and see if she could not persuade him to renounce the church and run away with her. The monk was greatly sorry, and did not quite know what to say, how to put the girl off. At last, he thought that he would give her an impossible task. Knowing that the weather on Lake Biba toward the end of February was nearly impossible, because the navigation of small boats is concerned, he said, probably not for a moment, meaning it seriously, Otani-san, if you successfully cross the lake on the evening of February 25th in a washing tub, it might be possible that I should cast off my robes and forget my calling, and carry out your wishes. Otani did not think of the impossible, nor did she quite understand the depth of the priest's meaning. Young and foolish as she was with her blind love, she sculled herself home, thinking that the next time she crossed the lake, be in the washing tub, to carry off the young priest as her husband. She was supremely happy. At last, the 25th of February arrived, and Otani had taken care that the best and largest washing tub had been left near the borders of the lake. After dark, she embarked, frail craft, and without the least fear, started. When she was about halfway across, a fearful storm broke over Haiyin Mountain. The waves arose, and the wind blew with blinding force. Moreover, the light that was usually burning on the Haisan side of the lake, which the priest had promised should be especially bright this night, had been blown out. It was not long before poor Otani's tub was capsized, and in spite of her efforts to keep afloat, she sank beneath the waves to rise no more. It is said by some that the priest himself put out the light, so as to cut off the last possible chance of Otani's reaching the shore, being overzealous in his thoughts of good and evil. Since the night that Otani was drowned, every 25th of February has been wild and stormy. Fishermen feared to be out on that day. People say that the cause is the dissatisfied spirit of poor Otani, who, though she did not fear death, died disconsolate by being deceived by the monk she loved. Washington drifted ashore at Kinohama Village in eastern Umi. It was picked up by Gensuke, a matchmaker, They split it up and made matches of it. When this became known to the villagers of Kinohama, including Gensuke himself, they resolved every 25th of February should be a holiday, and that a prayer should be said at their shrine for the spirit of Ota. They called the day Toya, Healers and Matches Festival. On it, no men work. That is a capital story, said I to the fisherman. But I should greatly have liked to put the monk in another tub on the following 25th of February and anchored him out. He should be sure to drown the same way. Does the Dana-san know why all the little papers are tied in the black rocks at Ishiyama-dera? No, I do not, I answered. And moreover, when I went there, no one would tell me. It's not an uninteresting story, and I will tell it to you, for it is short. Legend. As the Dana-san has been to Ishiyama-dera, he will know about the temple and monastery, which has a history of 1,100 years old. Few people know the real reason why the bits of paper with prayers on them are tied to the black rocks. Origin, or the reason of tying these paper prayers, Musubi no communism. Suicide for the romance and love, and so. Many years ago, Baba Street of Otsu, then known as Shibaya Street, there was a tea house called Kagiya, which kept a very beautiful dish. Among them was one named Otagahama, whose loveliness surpassed all imagination. Though scarcely 17, her heart was no longer her own. It had gone as completely to her lover, Denbei, as had his to her. It is difficult to imagine how this desperate affair came about at first. Denbei was only the clerk of a rice merchant, had but little money to spend on Geisha, especially in such an expensive tea house as Kagiya. Jealousy and unhappiness crept into the heart, not on account of faithfulness but because he felt jealous of others, being well enough off to go to the Kagiya tea house and hear her sing and see her dance while they ate costly dinners. So much did these sorrows tell upon Denbei's heart, at last he used to falsify his master's account books, frequently taking money, which he spent, of course, at the Kagiya tea house in seeing the beloved Otagahama. This state of affairs could not last long, and when Denbei told Otagahama how he had procured the money to come and see her, she was shocked beyond measure. "My dearest," she said, "the wrong which you have done out of love for me is sure to be discovered. Even if it were not, it would be wrong. Our love is so great that there remains but one chance for our future happiness. Shinju, suicide. Nothing else will enable us to become united, for if I ran away with you, they would soon recapture me, most probably before a day and a night had passed." "Will you leave with me tonight?" said Denbei. "I will meet you at 2 o'clock in the morning, when all are asleep, down at that flat-growing pine tree near the east end of the town. From there, we will go to Ishiyama-dera, and after praying at that holy temple to our good Kwannon, we will do Shinju in the Hotarudani, Firefly Valley, and our souls will depart together." Denbei bowed to his sweetheart, and spoke words of gratitude for her faithfulness in recognizing his love for her as the cause of his sin, and he promised that at the appointed hour he would meet her by the pine tree near the lake, take her off to Ishiyama, there to carry out their final act and die together. To save time, Dana-san, in telling the story, it is only necessary to say that Denbei and Otagahama met, and that after passing over the flat and uninteresting plain known as Namatsu, they reached and passed the Seta Bridge, and that shortly after, about daybreak, they found themselves at Ishiyama. There, in one of the tea houses, they remained some hours in this, and then went to the temple and prayed. Then they went to the Hotaru Dani, and after embracing each other for the last time on this earth, they each wrote a prayer on a piece of paper, twisted it into a piece of string, fastened it into a double knot with their thumbs and 8 fingers through a small hole bored in the soft black rocks. Their being able to do this successfully was taken as an omen. All would be well on after death, and was an answer to their prayer. The spirits passed away together, just as the leaves of fragrant flowers, blown off by autumn winds, pass together under scented leaves. That, Dana-san, is the origin and reason of tying these pieces of paper to the black rocks and other places in which customs still follow many country folks who go to worship and pray for the spirits of Denbei and Otagahana in the Firefly Valley itself. End of chapter.
Chapter 8 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. A Miraculous Sword. About the year 110 BC, there lived a brave prince known in Japanese history as Yamato Daki no Mikoto. Footnote: Yamato Daki no Mikoto, one of the 80 children of the Emperor Keiko, was a great hero of the prehistoric age. While yet a stripling, he was sent by his father to destroy the rebels of Western Japan. In order to accomplish this end, he borrowed the gown of his aunt, who was high priestess of Ise, and thus disguised made the rebel chieftains fall in love with him while carousing in the cave where they dwelt. Then, suddenly drawing a sword from his bosom, he smote them to death. He next subdued the province of Izumo, and finally conquered eastern Japan, which was at that time a barbarous waste. After many adventures, both warlike and amorous, he died on the homeward march to Yamato, where the emperor, his father, held court. End footnote. He was a great warrior, as was his son, who is said to have been a husband to the Empress Jingo. I presume a second one, for it could not have been the emperor who was assassinated before the Empress's conquest of Korea. However, that does not very much matter to my story, which is merely the legend attached to the miraculous sword known as the Kasangi no Tsurugi, the grass-cutting sword, which is held as one of the 3 sacred treasures and is handed down from father to son in the imperial family. The sword is kept at the Atsuwa Shrine in Owari Province. At the date given by my interpreter, 110 BC, I should add, or thereabouts, allowing large margins, Yamato Daki no Mikoto had been successful at all events in suppressing the revolutionists known as the Kumaso in Kyushu. Being a man of energy and possessing a strong force of trained men, he resolved that he would suppress the revolutionists up on the northeastern coasts. Before starting, Yamato Daki no Mikoto thought he should go to east to worship in the temples, to pray for divine aid, and to call on an aunt who lived near. Yamato Dake spent 5 or 6 days with his aunt, Princess Yamato Hime, to whom he announced his intention of subduing the rebels. She presented him with her greatest treasure, the miraculous sword, and also with a tinder and flint box. Before parting with her nephew, Yamato Hime no Mikoto said, "This sword is the most precious thing which I could give you, and will guard you safely through all dangers. Value it accordingly, for it will be one of the sacred treasures." Legend says that in the age of the gods, Susanoo no Mikoto once found an old man and a woman weeping bitterly because a mammoth 8-headed snake had devoured 7 of their daughters, and there remained only one more whom they felt sure the 8th serpent's head would take. Susanoo no Mikoto asked if they would give him the daughter if he killed the snake, to which they gladly assented. Susanoo filled 8 buckets with sake wine, and put them where the serpent was likely to come, and hiding himself in the vicinity, awaited events. The monster came, and the 8 heads drank the 8 buckets full of sake, and became, naturally, dead drunk. Susanoo then dashed in and cut the beast to bits. In the tail he found a sword, the celebrated and miraculous sword, Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the grass-cutting sword of our story. After bidding farewell to Yamato Hime no Mikoto, the prince took his departure, setting out for the province of Tsuruga on the eastern coast, to find what he could hear, it being in a turbulent state, and it was there that he ran into his first danger, and that his enemies laid a trap for him through their knowledge that he was fond of hunting. There were some immense rush plains in Tsuruga province, where now stands the village of Yetsumura. Yeta means burning fields. It was resolved by the rebels that one of them should go and invite Yamato Dake to come out and hunt, while they were to scatter and hide themselves in the long grass, until the guide should lead him into their midst, when they would jump up and kill him. Accordingly, they sent to Yamato Dake a plausible and clever man, who told him that there were many deer on the grass plains. Would he come and hunt them? The man volunteered to act as guide. The invitation was tempting, and as he had found the country less rebellious than he had expected, the prince accepted. When the morning arrived, the prince, in addition to carrying his hunting bow, carried the sword given him by his aunt, the Princess Yamato. The day was windy, and it was thought by the rebels that as the rushes were so dry, it would be more sure and less dangerous to themselves to fire the grass, for it was certain that the guide would make the prince hunt upwind, and if they fired the grass properly, the flames would rush with lightning speed towards him and be absolutely safe for themselves. Yamato Dake did just as they had expected. He came quietly on, suspecting nothing. Suddenly the rushes took fire in front and at the sides of him. The prince realized that he had been betrayed. The treacherous guide had disappeared, The prince stood in danger of suffocation and death. The smoke, dense and choking, rushed along with rapidity and great roaring. Yamato Dake tried to run for the only gap, but was too late. Then he began cutting the grass with his sword to prevent the fire from reaching him. He found that whatever direction he cut in with his sword, the wind changed to that direction. If to the north he cut, the wind changed to the south and prevented the fire from advancing farther. If to the south, the wind changed to the north, and so on. Taking advantage of this, Yamato Dake retaliated upon his enemies. He got fire from his aunt's tinderbox, and where there was no fire in the rushes he lit them, cutting through the grass at the same time in the direction in which he wished the fire to go. Rushing thus from point to point, he was successful in the endeavor to turn the tables on his enemies and destroy them all. It is important to note that there is in existence a sword, said to be this sword, in the Atsuta Shrine, Owari Province. A great festival in honor of it is held on June 21st every year. From that place, Yamato Dake no Mikoto went on to Sagami Province. Finding things quiet there, he took a ship to cross to Kazuha Province, accompanied by a lady he deeply loved, who was given the title of Hime, Princess, because of Yamato Dake's rank. Her name was Tachibana. They had not got more than 10 miles from shore when a terrible storm arose. The ship threatened to go down. "This," said Tachibana Hime, "is the doing of one of the sea goddesses who thirst for men's lives. I will give her mine, my lord. Perhaps that may appease her until you have safely crossed the wicked sea." Without further warning, Tachibana Hime cast herself into the sea. The waves closed over her head, to the consternation and grief of all, and to the breaking of Yamato Dake's heart. As Tachibana Hime had expected, the sea goddess was appeased. The wind went down, the water calmed, and the ship reached Kazuha Province in safety. Yamato Dake went as far as Yezo, putting down small rebellions on the way. Several years afterwards, accompanied by many of his old officers, he found himself back on the side of a hill in Sagami Province, overlooking the place where poor Tachibana Hime had given up her life for him by throwing herself into the sea. The prince gazed sadly at the sea, and thrice exclaimed, with tears flowing down his cheeks, brave though he was, "Azuma Waya! Alas, my dearest wife!" And eastern Japan, about the middle, has since then been called Azuma. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Linda Ray Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 9 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Ray Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. The Procession of Ghosts. Footnote. Somewhere between the years 1400 and 1550, there lived a family of celebrated painters, covering 3 generations, and consequently difficult to be accurate about. There were Tosa Mitsunobu, Kano Mitsunobu, and Kasagawa Mitsunobu. Sometimes Toso Mitsunobu signed his pictures as Fujiwara Mitsunobu. When to this I add that there were other celebrated painters, Kano Masanobu, Kano Motonobu, besides their families, imitators, and name forgers, you will realize the difficulties into which one may fall in fixing on names and dates. But, as usual, I have been placed safely on high ground by a kind friend, H.E. Mr. Hattori, the governor, whose knowledge of art is great. Undoubtedly, it was Tosa Mitsunobu who painted the picture known as the Hayaki Yaku, or as the 100 Ghosts Procession, which is celebrated and has served as a map of instruction in the drawing of hobgoblins and ghosts, spooks, eries, or whatever you may choose to call them. As far as I can judge, the picture was painted about the end of the first half of the 15th century. End note. Some 400 or 500 years ago there was an old temple not far from Fushimi, near Kyoto. It was called the Sojini Temple, and had been deserted for many years, priests fearing to live there on account of the ghosts which were said to haunt it. Still, no one had ever seen the ghosts. No doubt the story came into the people's minds from the fact that the whole of the priests had been killed by a large band of robbers many years beyond the memory of men, for the sake of loot, of course. So great a horror did this strike into the minds of all that the temple was allowed to rot and run to ruin. One year a priest, a pilgrim, and a stranger passed by the temple, and, not knowing its history, went in and sought refuge from the weather, instead of continuing his journey to Fushimi. Having cold rice in his wallet, he felt that he could not do better than pass the night there, for though the weather might be cold, he would at all events save drenching the only clothes which he had, and be well off in the morning. The good man took up his quarters in one of the smaller rooms, which was in less bad repair than the rest of the place, and after eating his meal, said his prayers and lay down to sleep, while the rain fell in torrents on the roof, and the wind howled through the creaky buildings. Try as he might, the priest could not sleep, for the cold draughts chilled him to the marrow. Somewhere about midnight, the old man heard weird and unnatural noises. They seemed to proceed from the main building. Prompted by curiosity, he arose, and when he got to the main building, he found Hayaki Yako, meaning a procession of 100 ghosts, a term, I believe, which has been generally applied to a company of ghosts. The ghosts fought, wrestled, danced, and made merry. Though greatly alarmed at first, our priest became interested. After a few moments, however, more awful spirit-like ghosts came on the scene. The priest ran back to the small room in which he barred himself, and he spent the rest of the night saying masses for the souls of the dead. At daybreak, though the weather continued wet, the priest departed. He told the villagers what he had seen, and they spread the news so widely that within 3 or 4 days the temple was known as the worst haunted temple in the neighborhood. It was at this time that the celebrated painter Tosa Mitsunobu heard of it. Having ever been anxious to paint a picture of Hayaki Yaku, he thought that a sight of the ghosts in Shozenji Temple might give him the necessary material. So off to Fushimi and Shozenji he started. Mitsunobu went straight to the temple at dusk and sat up all night in no very happy state of mind, but he saw no ghosts and heard no noise. Next morning he opened all the windows and doors and flooded the main temple with light. No sooner had he done this than he found the walls of the place covered, as it were, with the figures or drawings of ghosts of indescribable complexity. There were far more than 200, and all different. Could he but remember them? That was what Tosa Mitsunobu thought. Drawing his notebook and brush from his pocket, he proceeded to take them down minutely. This occupied the best part of the day. During his examination of the outlines of the various ghosts and goblins which he had drawn, Mitsunobu saw that the fantastic shapes had come from cracks in the damp, deserted walls. These cracks were filled with fungi and mildew, which in their turn produced the toning, coloring, and eventually the figures from which he compiled his celebrated picture, Hayaki Yako. Footnote: it is well known that certain fungi and mildews produce phosphorescent light amid certain circumstances. No doubt the priest saw the cracks in the wall amid these circumstances, and the noise he heard was made by rats. I once read a story about a haunted country house in England, the ghost in which was evidently found to be a luminous fungus. End footnote. Grateful was he to the imaginative priest whose stories had led him to the place. Without him, never would the picture have been drawn. Never could the horrible aspects of so many ghosts and goblins have entered the mind of one man, no matter how imaginative. My painter's illustration gives a few, copied from a first-hand copy of Mitsunobu's. End of chapter 9. Recording by Linda Ray Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 10 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melanie Jensen. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. A Faithful Servant. In the reign of Emperor Engi, which began in the year 901 AD, there lived a man whose name has ever since been celebrated on account of his beautiful writings, poetic and other. He was the emperor's great favorite, and consequently, he was the strong man of the day. His name was Sugawara Michizane. Needless to say, it was not very long before, with all these things in his favor, he was the head of the government, living in luxury. Things went well enough for a time, but the inevitable came at last. Not all the people agreed with Michizane's ideas or his politics. Secret enemies lurked at every corner. Among them was one particularly bad man named Tokihira, whose poisonous intrigues at court were constant. Tokihira held a government position under Michizane and hated him in his heart, thinking that if he could but arrange to get Michizane into the bad graces of the emperor, he himself might become leader of the government. Michizane was a man with whom little fault could be found, and so it came to pass that Tokihira was unable to find any cause for starting evil reports about him. But as time went on, he became more determined to do evil in the end. At last an opportunity arrived. Tokihira, who had many secret agents trying to discover something to be reported to the emperor against Michizane, heard a statement that Prince Tokinomiya, had fallen secretly in love with the beautiful daughter of Michizane, and that they held secret meetings. Tokihira was overjoyed at the news, and went straight away to the emperor, who received him, hearing that he had a marvelous tale of intrigue to tell. "Your Majesty," said Tokihira, "much as I grieve to tell it, a serious plot is about. Sugawara Michizane has so arranged it that your Majesty's younger brother, Prince Toki, has fallen in love with his daughter. Deeply as I regret to say it, they hold secret meetings. Moreover, Michizane, your Majesty's premier, is scheming that your Majesty may be assassinated, or at least dethroned in favor of Prince Toki, who is to marry Michizane's daughter." Naturally, the Emperor Engi was infuriated. He was a good and sound monarch, and he had ruled the people, with the aid of Michizane, fairly, firmly, and well. He had looked upon Michizane as a personal friend, and to think of Michizane conspiring his assassination, or at all events so scheming as to place Prince Toki on the throne, and to marry his own daughter to the prince, was more than he could stand. He sent for Michizane. Michizane protested his innocence. True it was, he said, that the prince had fallen in love with his daughter, but that was not much to be wondered at. His daughter was beautiful. The prince and she were much of the same age, and had seen much of each other from their childhood. Now that they had grown older, they found that their friendship had turned to love. That was all. It was not easy for a prince of the blood royal to meet the lady of his heart quite so openly as another might, and, no doubt, they had met, for his daughter had told him so. As to the plot asserted by Tokihira, that was absolutely fanciful, and it was an astonishment to hear of so dastardly an accusation. Tokihira perceived the temper of his emperor. By loud words and unscrupulous lies he upset all the unfortunate Michizane's protests, and the emperor ordered Michizane to be sent for the rest of his life to Tsukushi, in the island of Kyushu. Accompanied only by his faithful servant Matsuo, Michizane went into exile. The punishment of Michizane, unjust as it was, broke up the employment of many others. All those who had been closely associated with him were dismissed. Among them was Takebayashi Genzo, who had been one of Michizane's chief attendants. Genzo had been one of Michizane's literary pupils. Consequently, it is not astonishing that on losing employment, Genzo fled to a small town, and out of duty took with him Michizane's wife and young son Kansushai, aged 10. All changed their names, and Genzo, to support them as well as his own family, established a small school. Thus it was that for some time Kansushai escaped the wicked designs against his life that had been planned by Tokihira. Matsuo, the faithful servant who had followed his master Michizane into banishment, heard of a vile plot to assassinate his master's son, and after many weary days of thought as to how he could prevent it, he perceived that the only way would be to sacrifice his own son instead. First, he told his banished master of his intention, and having obtained leave, he journeyed back to Kyoto, and sought out Tokihira himself, to whom he offered his services both as a servant and as a hunter of Michizane's son, Kansushai. Tokihira readily engaged him, thinking now that he would be sure to find the boy whom he wished to have beheaded. Tokihira had taken the place of Michizane in the emperor's favor, and had great power. His will was almost law. So well did Matsuo play his part in Tokihira's household and among his servants, it was not long before they were all agreed that Matsuo was most faithful to his new master, and the greatest confidence was placed in him. Shortly after this, it came to the knowledge of Tokihira that Kansushai was hidden under a different name in the school which belonged to Genzo. Genzo was ordered to send the boy's head to Tokihira within 48 hours. Matsuo, ever faithful, hearing of this, went to Genzo's school in disguise and disclosed to the schoolmaster, whom readily assented, his scheme for saving Kansushai. Then Matsuo sent his son, Kotaro, to Genzo's school, from which he never returned alive, poor boy. And though, in honor be it said, Genzo did not like the killing of this boy, it steeled his nerves, for the sake of his former master, and now to save Kansushai's life. With one blow of his sword, he took off the innocent head. At the appointed time, Tokihira's official called at the school to fetch it, and they carried it back to Tokihira, saying, "Now, Lord Tokihira, there is no longer fear for the future for Michizane's son, for here is his head in this box. See, and here is the schoolmaster Takabayashi Genzo, who followed your lordship's orders and cut it off." Tokihira was pleased, but not perfectly assured that the head was the right one. So, knowing that Matsuo had previously been employed by Michizane, and that he must know if it were Kanshusai's head or not, he called him, ordering him to take the head out of the box and identify it. Poor Matsuo, imagine his feelings at having to draw his only son, Kotaro's head, from the box and hold it up by the hair and assure the Lord Tokihira that it was indeed the head of Kanshusai, Michizane's son. He did so, however, with great nerve and splendid fortitude, thus saving the life of Kanshusai and fulfilling his duty to his banished master, Michizane. Matsuo's fidelity is still adored by those who know the story. Not long after, a terrible thunderstorm came over Kyoto. A thunderbolt crashed through Tokihira's palace and killed him. To this day, people say that Michizane's spirit came down in the shape of that thunderbolt to be avenged. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Melanie Jensen.
Chapter 11 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. Prince Hosokawa's Most Valuable Title Deeds. Footnote. Told to me by Mr. Matsuzuki and said to be perfectly true, the document in question being in possession of the present Prince Hosokawa. End note. Several hundred years ago there dwelt in lands of the Hosokawa a widow and her daughter, a beautiful girl of 17 named Kazui. Kazui-san's father had been foully murdered some 6 months before, and both Kazui and her mother had made up their minds to devote their fortune and their lives to bringing the criminals to justice. In these efforts they received no help, but spent the whole of their money until at last they were almost forced to beg in the street for food. Day after day, however, they continued to pray in the temple for help, and never once lost heart or weakened in their purpose. Kazui told her mother that were she fortunate enough to gain the affections of a man, even he should be sacrificed in the effort after vengeance. One day it came to pass that the poverty-stricken appearance of Kazui and her mother, returning as usual from praying in the temple, aroused the mirth of a party of roughs who proceeded to insult them. A handsome young samurai, Okawa Joymon, happened to come along. Drawing his sword, he very soon put the roughs to flight. Having done this, and bowing low, he asked whom he had the honor of serving. Kazui answered for her mother, and quickly recognized that this handsome youth was just such as she had longed to meet, so that he might fall in love and wish to help her in seeking out the murderer of her father. Therefore, not unnaturally, she encouraged him, and he fell in love with her. In the meanwhile, an old friend of Kazui's father, feeling great sorrow for her, had found a place for her in Prince Hosokawa's household, and there she won such favor in the eyes of the prince, or, as the title then was, daimyo, that the other maids began to be jealous. It happened that one evening Okawa, now desperately in love with Okazuri, in spite of being the retainer of another daimyo, felt that he must see her at all costs. He arranged a secret meeting and eventually found his way to Kazui's apartment. Still full of desire for vengeance, she seized upon the occasion to pour forth her story and implore assistance. Okawa, being a true knight-errant, vowed that he would speak no more of love until he himself had hunted down and killed the murderers of Kazui's father. Just as he had finished making this vow, one of the jealous maids, who had been listening, made her presence known and rushed off to tell her mistress. What was to be done? Okawa, the retainer of another daimyo, caught in the castle secretly conversing with one of the Hosokawa maids of honor. Surely both he and she would suffer death. O Kazui was not long in thinking. She hid her lover in an old armor case. That, however, was no use. She was instantly summoned into the presence of the daimyo, and the armor chest was carried in as well. The daimyo, furiously angry, ordered that O Kazui should be killed. Okawa spoke up. He said that she was in no way responsible for the secret meeting, and the fault was entirely his, and begged that he might be allowed to die in place of her. Moreover, he told the whole story of Kazui's life, and mentioned that her ambition in life was to avenge the death of her father. The daimyo was greatly touched. Recognizing the chivalry on both sides, he took Okawa into his own service, promising at the same time to aid them both in fulfilling their purpose. Tears of gratitude came into Okawa's eyes, and he vowed there and then to sacrifice his life for Hosokawa on the very first opportunity. After about a year had passed, a great fire broke out in the castle. It was so sudden that nothing could be done. The wind, fanning the flames, barely gave time for the people to escape, much less to carry off the family valuables. When all were clear of the burning mass, the daimyo suddenly remembered that his title deeds would be lost, and that such a disaster would be dangerous for his family. Realizing this, he jumped from his horse and was about to dash back to try and recover them, but his retainers held him, fearing that he would die. Okawa, hearing this, thought with delight that now an opportunity had come to him to save his new master and pay him for the kindness to himself and Kazui. He rushed into the burning mass, and having broken open the iron safe, seized the valuable documents. Then he found escape impossible. He was cut off by fire on all sides, and plainly saw that both he and the papers must be burned. At this moment a thought came to him. Though he must be burned, possibly his body might save the documents. Drawing his short sword, he deliberately disemboweled himself and thrust the roll of papers into his stomach. Then he flung himself on the flaming floor and died. The fire went on. Poor Okawa was charred beyond recognition. When the fire was over, his body was recovered, and inside the roasted corpse was found the blood-stained roll of papers on which the Hosokawa family depended. From that time on, the document has been called Hosokawa no Chi Daruma, the blood-stained document of the Hosokawas. End of chapter 11. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 12 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. The story of Kato Sayemon. In the days when Ashikaga was shogun, there served under him a knight of good family, Kato Sayemon, of whom he was especially fond. Things went well with Sayemon. He lived in what might almost be called a palace. Money he possessed in plenty. He had a charming wife who had borne him a son, and according to old custom, he had many others who lived as wives within his mansion. There was no war in the land. Sayemon found no trouble in his household. Peace and contentment reigned. He enjoyed life accordingly by feasting and so forth. Oh, that such a life could last, thought he, but fate decreed otherwise. One evening, when Sayemon was strolling about in his lovely garden, watching the fireflies and listening to singing insects and piping toads, of which he was extremely fond, he happened to pass his wife's room and to look up. There he saw his dear wife and his favorite concubine playing chess. Go in Japanese. What struck him most was that they appeared perfectly happy and contented in each other's society. While Sayemon looked, however, their hair seemed to rear up from behind in the shapes of snakes, which fought desperately. This filled him with fear. Sayemon, in amazement, stealthily approached in order to see better. He found the vision just the same. His wife and the other lady, when moving their men, smiled at each other, showing every sign of great courtesy. Nevertheless, there remained the indistinct outlines of their hair, assuming the forms of fighting snakes. Hitherto, Sayemon had thought of them as almost sisters to each other, and so outwardly had they in fact appeared. Now that he had seen the mysterious sign of the snakes, he knew that they hated each other more than could be understood by a man. He became uneasy in his mind. Till then his life had been rendered double happy because he thought his home was peaceful, but now, he reflected, hatred and malice must be rampant in the house. Sayemon felt as if he were a rudderless boat, being drawn towards a cataract from which no means of escape seemed possible. He spent a sleepless night in meditation, during which he decided that to run away would be the safest course in the end. Peace was all that he craved for. To obtain it, he would devote himself to religious work for the rest of his life. Next morning, Kato Sayemon was nowhere to be found. There was consternation in the household. Men were dispatched here, there, and everywhere, but Sayemon could not be found. On the 5th or 6th day after the disappearance, his wife reduced the establishment, but continued herself with her little son, Ishidomaro, to live in the house. Even the shogun Ashikaga was greatly disconcerted at Sayemon's disappearance. No news of him came, and time passed on until a year had gone, then another, when Sayemon's wife resolved to take Ishidomaro, aged 5, and go in search. For 5 weary years they wandered about, this mother and son making inquiries everywhere, but not the slightest clue could they get, until at last one day they were staying at a village in Kishu, where they met an old man who told them that a year before he had seen Kato Sayemon at the temple of Koyasan. Sure, he said, I know him, for I was once a palanquin bearer for the shogun, and often saw Sayemon-san. I cannot say if he is at the temple, but he was a priest there a year ago. For Ishidomaro and his mother, there was but little sleep that night. They were in a fever of excitement. Ishidomaro was now 11 years of age and was most anxious to have his father at home. Both mother and son, happy after their long years of searching, eagerly looked forward to the moment. Fortunately, the According to ancient regulations, Koyasan Temple and mountain were only for men. No woman was allowed to ascend to worship the image of Buddha on this mountain. Thus, Ishidomaro's mother had to remain in the village while he went in quest of his father. At daybreak, he started, full of hope, telling his mother not to fear. "I will bring back father this very evening," said he, "and how happy we shall all be. Farewell for the time being, and fear not for me." So saying, Ishidomaro went off. "True," he said, "I do not know my father by sight, but he has a black mole over his left eye. So do I. Besides, I feel that it is my father I am going to meet." With that, and such other thoughts in his mind, the boy plodded upwards through the tall and gloomy forests, stopping here and there at some wayside shrine to pray for success. Higher and higher Ishidomaro climbed. Koyo-san is near 1,100 feet in height, till he reached the outer gates of the temple, of which the true name is Kangobuji, for Koyo-san means only Koya Mountain. Arrived at the first priest's house, Ishidomaro espied an old man mumbling prayers. "Please, sir," said he, doffing his hat and bowing low, "could you tell me if there is a priest here called Kato Seimon? Greatly should I be obliged if you could direct me to him. He has only been a priest for 5 years. For all that time, my dear mother and myself have been in search of him. He is my father, and we both love him much, and wish him to come back to us." "Ah, my lad, I feel sorry for you," answered Seimon, for it was indeed he. "I know of no man called Kato Seimon in these temples." Delivering himself of this speech, Seimon showed considerable emotion. He fully recognized that the boy he was addressing was his son, and he was under sore distress to deny him thus, and not to recognize and take him to his heart. Seimon had made up his mind. The rest of his life should be sacrificed for the sake of Buddha, and that all worldly things should pass aside. Ishidomaro and his wife needed no money for food, but were well provided for. Thus he need not trouble on those grounds. Seimon determined to remain as he was, a poor monk, hidden in the monastery on Koyo-san. With a desperate effort he continued, "I don't remember ever hearing of a Kato Seimon's having been here, though of course I have heard of the Kato Seimon who was the great friend of the Shogun Ashikaga." Ishidomaro was not at all satisfied with this answer. He felt somehow or other that he was in the presence of his father. Moreover, the priest had a black mole over his left eye, and he, Ishidomaro, had one exactly the same. "Sir," said he, again addressing the priest, "my mother has always particularly drawn my attention to the mole over my left eye, saying, 'My son, your father has such a mark over his left eye, the exact counterpart. Now remember this, for when you go forth to seek him, that this will be a sure sign to you. You, sir, have the exact mark that I have, and I know and feel that you are my father.'" With that, tears came into the eyes of Ishidomaro, and outstretching his arms, he cried, "Father, father, let me embrace you." Seimon trembled all over with emotion, but haughtily held up his head, recovering himself, said, "My lad, there are many men and many boys who have moles over their left eyebrows, even over their right. I am not your father. You must go elsewhere to seek him." At this moment, the chief priest came and called Seimon to the evening services, which were held in the main temple. Thus it was that Seimon preferred to devote his life to Buddha and, as Mitsumatsuzaki tells me, to emulate Buddha, rather than return to the ways of the world or to his family, or even to recognize his one and only son. My sympathies are with Ishidomaro, of whom, as his poor mother, we are told nothing further. To end Mr. Matsuzaki's words, what became of Ishidomaro and his mother is not known, but it is told to this day that Keito Seimon passed the rest of his life in peace and purity, entirely sacrificing his body and soul to Buddha, and did these things without any person to mourn over him, but in perfect contentment. In the third book of Sir Edwin Arnold's Light of Asia are the following verses, which were addressed to Buddha when he was a prince by the winds. We are the voices of the wandering wind. Wander thou too, prince, thy rest to find. Leave love for love of lovers, for woe's sake, quit state for sorrow, and deliverance make. So sigh we, passing over the silver strings, to thee who know'st not yet of earthly things. So say we, mocking as we pass away, those lovely shadows wherewith thou dost play. No one, I feel sure, will fail to agree with me that Seimon appears as a weak, selfish, and unheroic personage, not as a hero, much less as a Buddha. Footnote. Told to me by Mr. Matsuzaki, I cannot say that I think much of this story. Seimon is made a hero, but he must appear to most as rather cowardly and low creature. I remarked upon this to Mr. Matsuzaki, saying, I do not see that the story is finished. You make Seimon out a model person, whereas to me he appears the worst one in the story. Surely the wife and son should have come out as the good people, but you laud and praise Seimon for leaving his family and refusing to recognize them when they had no sin against themselves. I do not admit the difficulty, said Mr. Matsuzaki. It is the same as the Lord Buddha. He always left his wife and devoted his life to religious affairs just as Seimon did. I do not agree with this. Buddha was Buddha, a benefactor and helper to the whole of Asia. Seimon was a poor miserable weakling who simply sought personal peace. As far as the story goes, I defy anybody to find him a hero, or a person who in any way emulated Buddha, as he did so from an entirely Japanese point of view. The story, however, is a quite celebrated one, referred to in many Japanese books, so Mr. Matsuzaki tells me. End of footnote. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Melodia Carey. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. Great Fire Caused by a Lady's Dress. Some 120 years ago, in the year of Tenmei, a most terrible fire broke out in the western corner of Yedo, the worst fire probably that is known to the world's history, for it is said to have destroyed no fewer than 188,000 persons. At the time there lived in Yedo, now Tokyo, a very rich pawnbroker, Enshu Ikoemon, the proud possessor of a beautiful daughter aged 16, whose name was Osame, which in this instance is probably derived from the word sameru, to fade away, for in truth, Osame-san did fade away. Enshu Hikoemon loved his daughter dearly, and he being a widower with no other child, his thoughts and affections were concentrated on her alone. He had long been rich enough to cast aside the mean thoughts and characteristics which had enabled him to reach his present position. From being a hard-hearted, relentless money grubber, Enshu Hikoemon had become soft-hearted and generous, as far, at all events, as his daughter was concerned. One day, the beautiful Osame went to pray at her ancestors' graves. She was accompanied by her maid and, after saying her prayers, passed the temple of Homyoji, which is in the same grounds as Hongo Maruyama, and there, as she repeated her prayers before the image of Buddha, she saw a young priest, with whom she fell instantly in love. Hitherto she had had no love affair, nor indeed did she fully realize what had happened, beyond the fact that the youth's face pleased her to gaze upon. It was a solemn and noble face. As Osame lit a joss stick and handed it to the priest to be placed before Buddha, their hands met, and she felt pass through her body a thrill the like of which she had never experienced. Poor Osame was what is known as madly in love at first sight, and loved so much that as she arose and left the temple, all she could see was the face of the young priest. Wherever she looked, she saw nothing else. She spoke not a word to her maid on the way home, but went straight to her room. Next morning she announced to the maid that she was indisposed. "Go," she said, "and tell my dear father that I shall remain in bed. I do not feel well this day." Next day was much the same, and so were the next and the next. Hikoemon, disconsolate, tried every means to enliven his daughter. He sought to get her away to the seaside. He offered to take her to the holy temple of Ise or to Kompira. She would not go. Doctors were called and could find nothing wrong with Osame-san. "She has something on her mind, and when you can get it off, she will be well," was all that they could say. At last, Osame confessed to her father that she had lost her heart to a young priest in the Homyoji temple. "Nay," she said, "be not angry with me, father, for I do not know him and have seen him only once. In that once I loved him, for he has a noble face, which haunts me night and day. And so it is that my heart is heavy, and my body sickens for the want of him. Oh, father, if you love me and wish to save my life, go and find him, and tell him that I love him, and that without him I must die." Poor Hikoemon! Here was a nice business, his daughter in love, dying of love for an unknown priest. What was he to do? First, he humored his daughter, and at last, after several days, persuaded her to accompany him to the temple. Unfortunately, they did not see the priest in question, nor did they on a second visit, and after this, Osame became more disconsolate than ever, absolutely refusing to leave her room. Night and day, her sobs were heard all over the house, and her father was utterly wretched, especially as he had now found out secretly that the priest with whom his daughter had fallen in love was one of the most strict of Buddha's followers, and not likely to err from the disciplinarian rules of religion. In spite of this, Hikoemon determined to make an effort in behalf of his daughter. He ventured to the temple alone, saw the priest, told him of his daughter's love, and asked if a union would be possible. The priest spurned the idea, saying, "Is it not evident to you by my robes that I have devoted my love to Buddha? It is an insult that you should make such a proposition to me." Hikoemon returned to his home deeply mortified at the rebuff, but felt it his duty to be candid with his daughter. Osame wept herself into hysterics. She grew worse day by day. Hoping to distract her mind, her father had got made for her a magnificent dress which cost nearly yen 4,000. He thought that Osame would be vain enough to wish to put it on and to go out and show it. This was no use. Osame was not like other women. She cared not for fine raiment or for creating sensations. She put the costume on in her room to please her father, but then she took it off again and went back to her bed, where 2 days later she died of a broken heart. Hikoemon felt the loss of his pretty daughter very much. At the funeral, there must have been half a mile of flower bearers. The superb dress was presented to the temple. Such dresses are carefully kept. They remind the priests to say prayers for their late owners, as every 2 or 3 months they are being dusted and cleaned. The vicar, or head priest of this temple, however, was not a good man. He stole this particular dress of Osame's, knowing the value, and sold it secretly to a second-hand dealer in such things. Some 12 months later, the dress was again donated to the same temple by another father whose daughter had died of a love affair, he having bought the dress at the second-hand clothes shop. This girl died and was buried on the same day of the same month as Osame. The priest of the temple was not sorry to see the valuable garment return as a gift to his church, and, being mercenary, he sold it again. It seemed indeed a sort of gold mine to himself and his church. Imagine, therefore, the feeling among the priests when, in the following year, in the same month, and on exactly the same day as that on which Osame and the other girl had died, another girl of exactly the same age was buried in their cemetery, having died also of a love affair, and having also worn the splendid dress that Osame was given, which was duly presented to the temple at the conclusion of her burial service for the third time. To say that the chief priest was astonished would be to say little. He and the rest of them were sorely perplexed and troubled. There were the honest priests, who had had nothing to do with the selling of the garment, and the dishonest head priest or vicar. The honest men were puzzled. The vicar was frightened into thinking honesty the best policy amid the circumstances. Accordingly, he assembled all the priests of the temple, made a hasty confession, and asked for advice. The priests came to one conclusion, and that was that the spirit of Osame-san was in the dress, and that it must be burned, and burned with some ceremony, so as to appease her spirit. Accordingly, a time was fixed. When the day arrived, many people came to the temple. A great ceremony was held, and finally the valuable garment was placed upon a stone cut in the shape of a lotus flower and lighted. The weather was calm at the time, but as the garment took fire, a sudden gust of wind came, instantly fanning the whole into flame. The gust increased into a storm, which carried one of the sleeves of the dress up to the ceiling of the temple. Here it caught between two rafters and burned viciously. In less than 2 or 3 minutes, the whole temple was on fire. The fire went on for 7 days and 7 nights, at the expiration of which time nearly the whole of the south and western portions of Yedo were gone, and gone also were 188,000 people. The charred remains, as far as possible, were collected and buried, and a temple, which now exists, called Ekko-in, was built at the spot to invoke the blessing of Buddha on their souls. Note by Matsuzaki. At the present day, the Ekko-in temple is well known. Games and wrestling are held there twice a year. Visitors to the temple see the wrestling place, but no one asks why the temple was built there. End of Chapter 13. Maria Melodia Carey. End of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith.
Chapter 14 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Ray Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. History of Awoto Fujitsuna. Footnote: told to me by my friend Mr. Matsuzuki. End note. Hojo Tokiyori, who, my Murray says, was born in 1246 AD and died 17 years later in 1263, was regent for a time, young as he was. One day he went to worship at the shrine of Tsurugo-ata in Kamakura. That same evening he dreamed that one of the gods appeared to him and said, "Hojo Tokiyori, you are very young for a ruler, and there are some who will try to deceive you, for honest men are scarce. There is one man who is of exceptional honesty, however, and if you wish to govern the people successfully, it would be advisable to employ him. His name is Awoto Fujitsuna." Hojo Tokiyori told him of his dream. "Nay," said he, "it was more than a dream. it was a vision that called upon me to appoint you to the post, which I have done." "Ah, indeed," quoth Awoto Fuji Tsuna. "Then, sir, if you appoint high officials as the result of dreams and visions, it is a risky matter, for by those dreams we may some day be ordered to be beheaded." Hojo Tokiyori laughed at this, and said he hoped not. Awoto Fuji Tsuna turned out a most excellent and trustworthy official, popular, just, and honest. No one had a word against him, and Hojo Tokiyori was delighted. One day Fujitsuna was carrying over a bridge a bag of money belonging to the government. He fell, and the bag burst. Fujitsuna collected the money, with the exception of a half-cent piece, which had rolled in some way over the edge of the bridge and fallen into the river. Fujitsuna could have let it go, putting another in its place, but that course would not have been up to the high standard of his morals in such matters. He had lost a half-cent which belonged to the government. It was, he knew, in the river. Consequently, he refused to move on until it was recovered. That was clearly his duty. Awoto Fujitsuna ran to the houses at either end of the bridge, telling the villagers merely that he had dropped some government money into the river. Would they come and help him to find it? Of course they would, ready to help as the Japanese countrymen have been from time immemorial. All followed Fujitsuna into the river, men, women, and children, and a diligent search was kept up by several hundreds for many hours, without result, when at last, just as the sun was setting, an old farmer picked up the half-cent, which he presented to Fujitsuna. Fujitsuna was delighted, and told the people that things were all right now. He had recovered the money, thanks to the quick sight of the farmer. "But," they cried, "that is only a half-cent. Where is the rest?" "My friends," said Fujitsuna, "the half-cent is all that was lost. But that half-cent was not mine. It was part of the government treasure, and was entrusted to me, and it was my duty to recover it. Here are 30 yen for you who have helped me to find it, to spend in sake. That is my money, and remember what I tell you, that, no matter how small a thing is entrusted to you by the government, you must not lose it, but give up your life and fortune sooner." The villagers were much impressed with this great honesty and way of reasoning. Hojo Tokiyori, on hearing the little story, sent for and promoted Awoto Fujitsuna to a higher position than he had held before. But in spite of his advances and riches, the minister continued to work hard, to eat simple food, and to put on plain raiment, living in a cottage instead of occupying a palace, and devoting his life to his country. End of section 14. Recording by Linda Ray Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 15 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Ray Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. A Life Saved by a Spider and Two Doves. Of Yoritomo Murray, says that he lived from 1147 to 1199. He was the founder of the Shogunate, the first Japanese mayor of the palace, if one may so phrase it, a scion of the great house of Minamoto. As shrewd and ambitious as he was unscrupulous and inhuman, he was left an orphan at an early age, and barely escaped death as a lad at the hands of Kiyomori, the then all-powerful minister who belonged to the rival house of Taira. In this excellently concentrated epitome of Yoritomo's 52 years of life, it will readily be seen that he must have had innumerable adventures. Fighting went on throughout his career, yet oddly enough, in spite of all this, he died comfortably in bed. In the earlier half of Yoritomo's time, he was once severely defeated at a battle against Oba Kage Chika in the Ishibashi Mountains in the province of Izu. So bad had been his defeat that Yoritomo, with 6 of his most faithful followers, to use vulgar language, made a bolt of it. They ran not over boldly, but to save their skins, and in their haste to escape Oba Kage Chika's men, they took, like hunted hares, to a large forest, hoping there to escape by lying concealed. After they had pushed their way into the thickest and heaviest part of the forest, they came to an enormous hi-no-ki tree, partly rotten, and containing a hollow which was large enough to hide them all. Yoritomo and his 6 followers eagerly sought refuge within the tree, for in their state of tiredness they could not long hope to escape the large and active forces of Oba Kage Chika, which were following up their victory by hunting out and cutting off all those who had fled. When he reached the edge of the forest, Oba Kage Chika sent his cousin Oba Kage Toki to search for Yoritomo, saying, "Go, my cousin, and bring in our enemy Yoritomo. It is the opportunity of your life, for sure it is that he must be in this forest. I myself will endeavor, as our men come up, to place them so as to surround the forest." Oba Kage Tori was not pleased with his mission, for at one time he had known and been friendly with Yoritomo. However, he bowed low to his cousin and went off. Half an hour after starting, Oba Kage Tori came to the enormous tree, and found his old friend Yoritomo and his 6 faithful attendants. His heart softened, and instead of carrying out his duty, he returned to Oba Kage Chika, saying that he had been unable to find the enemy, and that in his opinion Yoritomo had escaped from the wood. Oba Kage Chika was very angry, and openly said that he did not believe his cousin, that to escape from the wood was impossible in such a short time. "Come," said he, "follow me, some 15 or 20 of you, and you, my cousin, lead the way and show us where you went, and play fair, or you shall suffer for it." Thus bid, Kage Toki led the way, carefully avoiding the big tree, for he was determined to save the life of Yoritomo if he could. By some misfortune, however, he chose an abnormally bad path, and Kage Chika, having on a particularly heavy suit of armor, cried out, "Enough of your leading! Let us stick to the road by which we started. It is more likely to be the one which our fugitives took. In any case, this is no road at all where you lead us, and with heavy armor on it is impossible. Thus it was that in due time they reached a huge tree. Kagetoki was much afraid that his cousin would go into the hollow and find Yoritomo, and set to think how he could save him. Kage Chika was about to enter the hollow tree when a bright idea occurred to Kagetoki. "Hold," said he, "it is no use wasting time by going in there. Can't you see that there's a spider's web right across the entrance? It would have been quite impossible for anyone to get inside without breaking it." Kage Chika was half inclined to agree that his cousin was right, but being still a little suspicious about him, he put in his bow to feel what was inside. Just as his bow was about to be thrust against Yoritomo's heavy armor, which would naturally have revealed his presence, 2 beautiful white doves flew out of the top of the hole. "You are right, cousin," said Kage Chika, laughing. When he saw the doves, "I am wasting time here, for no one can be in this tree with wild doves in it. Besides, the entrance being closed by a cobweb." Thus it was that Yoritomo's life was saved by a spider and 2 doves. When he became shogun in later years and fixed upon Kamakura as his place of residence and as the seat of government, 2 shrines were built in the temple of Tsurugaoka, which itself is dedicated to Hachiman, the god of war. One is dedicated to the Emperor Nintoku, son of Ojin, the god of war, and the other to Yoritomo, called Shirahata Jinja. The shrines were erected to show Yoritomo's gratitude to the god of war, for doves are known in Japan as the messengers of war, not of peace. Note: I think that the shrine called by Murray Shirahata, which means white flag, is really Shiro Hatu, the white doves. The following is from Murray. The temple of Hachiman, the god of war, dating from the end of the 12th century, stands in a commanding position on a hill called Tsurugaoka, and is approached by a stately avenue of pine trees leading up the whole way from the seashore. Though both avenue and temple have suffered from the ravages of time, enough still remains to remind one of the ancient glories of the place. 3 stone torii lead up to the temple, which stands at the head of a broad flight of stone steps. Notice the magnificent icho tree, nearly 20 feet in circumference, and said to be over 1,000 years old, and the flowering trees scattered about the grounds. Before ascending the flight of steps, the minor shrines to the rear deserve notice. The nearer one, painted red and called Wakamiya, is dedicated to the Emperor Nintoku, son of the god of war. The farther one, renovated in 1890, is called Shirahata Jinja and dedicated to Yoritomo. The style and structure are somewhat unusual, black and gold being the only colors employed, and iron being the material of the 4 main pillars. The interior holds a small wooden image of Yoritomo. A side path leads up hence to the main temple, which is enclosed in a square colonnade painted red. The temple, which was re-erected in 1828, after having been destroyed by fire 7 years previously, is in the Ryobu Shinto style, with red pillars, beams, and rafters, and is decorated with small painted carvings, chiefly of birds and animals. In the colonnade are several religious palanquins, mikiyoshi, used on the occasion of the semi-annual festivals, April 15th and December 15th, a wooden image of Sumiyoshi by Unki, and a few relics of Yoritomo. Most of the relics once preserved in the temple have been removed to the residence of the chief priest, Hazoaki Oyasu Kwan, and are only exhibited at festival times. Immediately behind the temple of Hachiman is a small hill called Shiraba Yama, where Yoritomo is said to have often admired the prospect. The base of the hill is enclosed and laid out as a garden. End of chapter 15. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 16 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. Murakami Yoshiteru's Faithfulness. Murakami Yoshiteru, we shall call him Yoshiteru for short, was one of the faithful retainers of Prince Morihige, third son of the Emperor God-Eigo, who reigned from 1319 to 1339. When I say reigned, I mean that God-Eigo was emperor, but there was a regent at the time, Hojo Takatori, who ruled with harshness and great selfishness. With the exception of young Prince Morihige, the imperial family appeared to take things easily. They preferred quietude and comfort to turbulence and quarreling. Prince Morihige was different. Fiery-tempered and proud, he thought that Hojo Takatori was usurping the emperor's rights. The man, he said, was nothing more by birth than one of the emperor's subjects, and had no business to be made regent. Naturally, these opinions led to trouble, and it was not very long before Prince Morihige was obliged to leave the capital suddenly, with his followers, of whom there were some hundreds, not enough to fight Hojo Takatori at the time. Prince Morihige had made up his mind that it would be better to live independently in Yamato than to be under the sway of Hojo Takatori, as were his father and his elder brothers. Having collected the most faithful of his followers, of whom the most notable was the hero of our story, Murakami Yoshiteru, the prince left the capital in disguise and started for Yoshino in Yamato. There, in the wild mountains, he intended to build a castle in which to dwell for the rest of his days, independent of the regent, whom he held in much loathing. Prince Morihige carried with him an imperial flag, which he expected would gain for him sympathy and help even in the wild Yamato province, though from Kyoto, the then capital, to the borders of Yamato is, in a direct line, only about 30 miles. The whole country is mountainous and wild. Roads are non-existent, mountain paths taking their place. Consequently, it was noon on the 5th day before the prince found himself at a little border village called Imogase. Here he found his way blocked as it were by a guardhouse, the soldiery of which had been chosen from among Imogase villagers, headed by one Shoji, a rough and disagreeable man. When Prince Moringa and his party of about 80 followers dressed as Yamabushi fighting monks arrived, flying the standard, they were called to a halt by the village guard and told that they could go no farther into Yamato without leaving one of themselves as hostage. The prince was too haughty to speak to the villagers and explain, and unfortunately Murakami Yoshiteru, his most trusted leader, could not be found, for he had remained some miles behind to gather straw and make a new pair of waraji straw shoes. Soji, leader of the Imogase villagers, was firm in his demand that one of the party should be left behind until their return. For some 20 minutes matters stood thus. Neither side wanted to fight. At last Soji said, "Well, you may say that you are a prince. I am a simple villager, and I don't know. You may carry the imperial flag, but when you are dressed like Yamabushi, it does not look exactly as you were a prince. As I don't want trouble, and you want to pass without trouble, my orders being that out of all parties over 10 armed people, I am to hold one as a hostage. The only suggestion that I can make is that I keep as hostage this imperial flag." The prince, glad enough to save leaving one of his faithful followers, gave the standard to Soji as a hostage, and then he and his party were allowed to pass into Yamato. They proceeded on their way. Not half an hour after they had passed, Murakami Yoshiteru arrived at the guardhouse, having made himself a pair of straw shoes to take the place of his old ones, and his surprise at seeing his master's flag in such low hands was equaled by his anger. "What is the meaning of this?" he asked. Soji explained what had happened. On hearing the story, Murakami lost control of his temper. He flew into a violent passion. He reviled Soji and his men as a set of low blackguards who scarcely had a right to look at the imperial standard of Japan, much less to dare to touch it. And with that he began a general assault on the village guard, killing 3 or 4 and putting the rest to flight. Murakami then seized the standard and ran on with it until, towards evening, he came up with the prince and his party, who were overjoyed at what he had done at the recovery of the flag. 2 days later the party reached Yoshino, and in the vicinity of this place they built a fortress, where for some months they dwelt in peace. It was not long, however, before the regent heard of the prince's whereabouts, and he soon sent a small army after him. For 2 days the fort was desperately attacked. On the 3rd the outer gates were taken. 2/3 of the prince's men were dead. Murakami had been wounded 3 times, and his life could not last long. Faithful to the end, he rushed to his prince, saying, "Master, I am wounded unto death. In less than half an hour our enemies will have conquered us, for we have but few men left. Your highness is unwounded, and can in disguise escape when end comes. Give me quick your armor, and let me pretend that I am your highness. I will show our enemies how a prince can die." Changing clothes hastily and donning the prince's armor, Murakami, bleeding badly from his wounds, and already more dead than alive with weakness from the loss of blood, regained the wall, and struggling up the last steps, he reached a point where he could see and be seen by the whole of the enemy. "I am Prince Moringa," shouted he. "Fate is against me. though I am in the right. Sooner or later heaven's punishment will come down on you. Until then, my curses upon you, and take a lesson as to how a prince can die, emulating it, if you dare, when your time comes." With this, Murakami Yoshiteru drew his sword across his abdomen, and seizing his quivering entrails, he flung them into the midst of his enemies, his dead body falling directly afterwards. His head was taken to the Regent in Quito as the head of Prince Moringa, who escaped to plot in the future. End of chapter 16. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 17 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Kibbe. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. A Story of Oki Islands. The Oki Islands, some 45 miles from the mainland of Hoki Province, were for centuries the scene of strife, of sorrow, and of banishment, but today they are fairly prosperous and highly peaceful. Fish, octopus, and cuttlefish form the main exports. They are a weird, wild, and rocky group, difficult of access, and few indeed are the Europeans who have visited them. I know of only two, the late Lafcadio Hearn and Mr. Anderson, who was there to collect animals for the Duke of Bedford. I myself sent Oto, my Japanese hunter, who was glad to return. In the Middle Ages, that is from about the year 1000 AD, there was much fighting over the islands by various chieftains, and many persons were sent thither in banishment. There was much fighting over the islands by various chieftains, and many persons were sent thither in banishment. In the year 1239, Hojo Yoshitoshi defeated the Emperor Go-Toba and banished him to Dogen Island. Another Hojo chieftain banished another emperor, Go-Daigo, to Nishi-no-shima. Oriba Shima, the hero of our story, was probably banished by the same Hojo chieftain, whose name is given to me as Takatoki, Hojo, and the date of the story must be about 1320 AD. At the time when Hojo Takatoki reigned over the country with absolute power, there was a samurai whose name was Oriba Shima. By some misfortune, Oriba, as we shall call him, had offended Hojo Takatoki and had consequently found himself banished to one of the islands of the Oki group, which was then known as Kamishima, Holy Island. So the relator of the story tells me, but I doubt his geographical statement and think the island must have been Nishi-no-shima, Island of the West, or West Island. Since writing this, I have found that there is a very small island called Kamishima between the two main islands of the Oki archipelago, southwest of the eastern island. Oriba had a beautiful daughter, aged 18, of whom he was as fond as she was of him, and consequently the banishment and separation rendered both of them doubly miserable. Her name was Tokoyo, Tokoyo-san. Tokoyo, left at her old home in Shima province, Ise, wept from morn till eve and sometimes from eve till morn. At last, unable to stand the separation any longer, she resolved to risk all and try to reach her father or die in the attempt. For she was brave, as are most girls of Shima province, where the women have much to do with the sea. As a child, she had loved to dive with the women whose daily duty is to collect awabi and pearl oyster shells, running with them the risk of life in spite of her higher birth and frailer body. She knew no fear. Having decided to join her father, O Tokoyo sold what property she could dispose of, and set out on her long journey to the far-off province of Hoki, which after many weeks she reached, striking the sea at a place called Akasaki, whence on clear days the islands of Oki can be dimly seen. Immediately she set to and tried to persuade the fishermen to take her to the islands, but nearly all her money had gone, and, moreover, no one was allowed to land at the Oki Islands in those days, much less to visit those who had been banished thence. The fishermen laughed at Tokoyo, and told her that she had better go home. The brave girl was not to be put off. She bought what stock of provisions she could afford, at night went down to the beach, and, selecting the lightest boat she could find, pushed it with difficulty into the water, and sculled as hard as her tiny arms would allow her. Fortune sent a strong breeze, and the current was also in her favor. Next evening, more dead than alive, she found her efforts crowned with success. Her boat touched the shore of a rocky bay. O Tokoyo sought a sheltered spot and lay down to sleep for the night. In the morning, she awoke much refreshed, ate the remainder of her provisions, and started to make inquiries as to her father's whereabouts. The first person she met was a fisherman. "No," he said, "I have never heard of your father, and if you take my advice, you will not ask for him if he has been banished, for it may lead you to trouble and him to death." Poor O Tokoyo wandered from one place to another, subsisting on charity, but never hearing a word of her father. One evening, she came to a little cape of rocks whereon stood a shrine. After bowing before Buddha and imploring his help to find her dear father, O Tokoyo lay down, intending to pass the night there, for it was a peaceful and holy spot, well sheltered from the winds, which, even in summer, as it was now, the 13th of June, blow with some violence all around the Oki Islands. Tokoyo had slept about an hour when she heard, in spite of the dashing of waves against the rocks, a curious sound, the clapping of hands, and the bitter sobbing of a girl. As she looked up in the bright moonlight, she saw a beautiful person of 15 years, sobbing bitterly. Beside her stood a man who seemed to be the shrine keeper or priest. He was clapping his hands and mumbling, "Namu Amida Butsus." Both were dressed in white. When the prayer was over, the priest led the girl to the edge of the rocks, and was about to push her over into the sea, when O Tokoyo came to the rescue, rushing at and seizing the girl's arm just in time to save her. The old priest looked surprised at the intervention, but was in no way angered or put about, and explained as follows. "It appears from your intervention that you are a stranger to this small island. Otherwise you would know that the unpleasant business upon which you find me is not at all to my liking or to the liking of any of us. Unfortunately, we are cursed with an evil god in this island, whom we call Yofunenushi. He lives at the bottom of the sea and demands once a year a girl just under 15 years of age. This sacrificial offering has to be made on June 13th, day of the dog, between 8 and 9 o'clock in the evening. If our villagers neglect this, Yofunenushi becomes angered and causes great storms which drown many of our fishermen. By sacrificing one young girl annually, much is saved. For the last 7 years, it has been my sad duty to superintend the ceremony, and it is that which you have now interrupted." O Tokoyo listened to the end of the priest's explanation, and then said, "Holy monk, if these things be as you say, it seems that there is sorrow everywhere. Let this young girl go, and say that she may stop her weeping, for I am more sorrowful than she, and will willingly take her place and offer myself to Yofunenushi. I am the sorrowing daughter of Oriba Shima, a samurai of high rank, who has been exiled to this island. It is in search of my dear father that I have come here, but he is so closely guarded that I cannot get to him, or even find out exactly where he has been hidden. My heart is broken, and I have nothing more for which to wish to live, and am therefore glad to save this girl. Please take this letter, which is addressed to my father. That you should try and deliver it to him is all I ask." Saying which, Tokoyo took the white robe off the younger girl and put it on herself. She then knelt before the figure of Buddha and prayed for strength and courage to slay the evil god Yofunenushi. Then she drew a small and beautiful dagger which had belonged to one of her ancestors, and placing it between her pearly teeth, she dived into the roaring sea and disappeared, the priest and the other girl looking after her with wonder and admiration, and the girl with thankfulness. As we said at the beginning of the story, Tokoyo had been brought up much among the divers of her own country in Shima. She was a perfect swimmer, and knew moreover something of fencing and jujitsu, as did many girls of her position in those days. Tokoyo swam downwards through the clear water which was illuminated by bright moonlight. Down, down she swam, passing silvery fish, until she reached the bottom, and there she found herself opposite a submarine cave, resplendent with the phosphorescent lights issuing from awabi shells, and the pearls that glittered through their openings. As Tokoyo looked, she seemed to see a man seated in the cave. Fearing nothing, willing to fight and die, she approached, holding her dagger ready to strike. Tokoyo took him for Yofune Nushi, the evil god of whom the priest had spoken. The god made no sign of life, however, and Tokoyo saw that it was no god, but only a wooden statue of Hojo Takatoki, the man who had exiled her father. At first she was angry and inclined to wreak her vengeance on the statue. But after all, what would be the use of that? Better do good than evil. She would rescue the thing. Perhaps it had been made by some person who, like her father, had suffered at the hands of Hojo Takatoki. Was rescue possible? Indeed, it was more. It was probable. So perceiving, Tokoyo undid one of her girdles and wound it about the statue which she took out of the cave. True, it was waterlogged and heavy, but things are lighter in the water than they are out, and Tokoyo feared no trouble in bringing it to the surface. She was about to tie it on her back. However, the unexpected happened. She beheld, coming slowly out of the depths of the cavern, a horrible thing, a luminous, phosphorescent creature of the shape of a snake, but with legs and small scales on its back and sides. The thing was 27 or 8 shaku, about 26 feet, in length. The eyes were fiery. Tokoyo gripped her dagger with renewed determination, feeling sure that this was the evil god, the Yofune Nushi that required annually a girl to be cast to him. No doubt the Yofune Nushi took her for the girl that was his due. Well, she would show him who she was, and kill him if she could, and so save the necessity of further annual contributions of a virgin from this poor island's few. Slowly, the monster came on, and Tokoyo braced herself for the combat. When the creature was within 6 feet of her, she moved sideways and struck out his right eye. This so disconcerted the evil god that he turned and tried to re-enter the cavern, but Tokoyo was too clever for him. Blinded by the loss of his right eye, as also by the blood which flooded into his left, the monster was slow in his movements, and thus the brave and agile Tokoyo was able to do with him much as she liked. She got to the left side of him, where she was able to stab him in the heart, and knowing that he could not long survive the blow, she headed him off, so as to prevent his gaining too far an entrance into the cave, where in the darkness she might find herself at a disadvantage. Yofune Nushi, however, was unable to see his way back to the depths of his cavern, and after 2 or 3 heavy gasps, died not far from the entrance. Tokoyo was pleased at her success. She felt that she had slain the god that cost the life of a girl a year to the people of the island which she had come in search of her father. She perceived that she must take it and the wooden statue to the surface, which after several attempts she managed to do, having been in the sea for nearly half an hour. In the meantime, the priest and the little girl had continued to gaze into the water where Tokoyo had disappeared, marveling at her bravery, the priest praying for her soul and the girl thanking the gods. Imagine their surprise when suddenly they noticed a struggling body rise to the surface in a somewhat awkward manner. They could not make it out at all, until at last the little girl cried, "Why, Holy Father, it is the girl who took my place and dived into the sea. I recognize my white clothes, but she seems to have a man and a huge fish with her." The priest had by this time realized that it was Tokoyo who had come to the surface, and he rendered all the help he could. He dashed down the rocks and pulled her half-insensible form ashore. He cast his girdle round the monster and put the carved image of Hojo Takatoki on a rock beyond reach of the waves. Soon assistance came, and all were carefully removed to a safe place in the village. Tokoyo was the heroine of the hour. The priest reported the whole thing to Tamayoshi, the lord who ruled the island at the time, and he in his turn reported the matter to Lord Hojo Takatoki, who ruled the whole province of Hoki, which included the islands of Oki. Takatoki was suffering from some peculiar disease quite unknown to the medical experts of the day. The recovery of the wooden statue representing himself made it clear that he was laboring under the curse of someone to whom he had behaved unjustly. Someone who had carved his figure, cursed it, and sunk it in the sea. Now that it had been brought to the surface, he felt that the curse was over, that he would get better. And he did. On hearing that the heroine of the story was the daughter of his old enemy, Oribashima, who was confined in prison, he ordered his immediate release, and great were the rejoicings thereat. The curse on the image of Hojo Takatoki had brought with it the evil god Yofune Nushi, who demanded a virgin a year as contribution. Yofune Nushi had now been slain, and the islanders feared no further trouble from storms. Oribashima and his brave daughter, O Tokoyo, returned to their own country in Shima province, where the people hailed them with delight. And their popularity soon re-established their impoverished estates, on which men were willing to work for nothing. In the island of Kamejima, Holy Island, and the Oki archipelago, peace reigned. No more virgins were offered on June 13th to the evil god Yofune Nushi, whose body was buried on the cape at the shrine where our story begins. Another small shrine was built to commemorate the event. It was called the Tomb of the Sea Serpent. The wooden statue of Hojo Takatoki, after much traveling, found a resting place at Hon Soji in Kamakura. End of Chapter 17. Recording by Josh Kibbe.
Chapter 18 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Angelique Campbell, March 2019. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. Cape of the Woman's Sword. Footnote. The title to this old and hitherto untold tale is not much less curious than the story itself, which was told to me by a man called Fukuga, who journeys much up and down the southern coast in search of pearls and coral. End note. Down in the province of Higo are a group of large islands, framing with the mainland, veritable little inland seas, deep bays, and narrow channels. The whole of this is called Amakusa. There are a village called Amakusamura, a sea known as Amakusa-Omi, an island known as Amakusa-Shima, and the cape known as Jikin-Shakai, which is the most prominent feature of them all, projecting into the Amakusa Sea. History relates that in the year 1577, the daimyo of the province issued an order that everyone under him was to become a Christian or be banished. During the next century, this decree was reversed. Only, it was ordered that the Christians should be executed. Tens of thousands of Christianized heads were collected and sent for burial to Nagasaki, Shimabara, and Amakusa. This, repeated for Murray, has not much to do with my story. After all, it is possible that at the time the Amakusa people became Christian, the sword in question, being in some temple, was, with the gods, cast into the sea, and recovered later by a coral or pearl diver in the Bunroku period, which lasted from 1592 to 1596. A history would naturally spring from a sword so recovered, but, to the story, the Cape of Zukenzaki, the woman's sword cape, was not always so called. In former years, before the Bunroku period, it had been called Fudozaki. Fudo is the god of fierceness, always represented as surrounded by fire and holding a sword, or Fudo's cape. The reason of the change of names was this. The inhabitants of Amakusa lived almost entirely on what they got out of the sea, so that when it came to pass that for 2 years of the Bunroku period no fish came into their seas or bay, and they were sorely distressed, many actually starved, and their country was in a state of desolation. Their largest and longest nets were shot and hauled in vain. Not a single fish so large as a sardine could they catch. At last, things got so bad that they could not even see fish schooling outside their bay. Peculiar rumbling sounds were occasionally heard coming from under the sea off Cape Fudo, but of these they thought little, being Japanese and used to earthquakes. All the people knew was that the fish had completely gone, where they could not tell or why. Only one day an old and much respected fisherman said, "I fear, my friends, that the noise we so often hear off Cape Fudo has nothing to do with earthquakes, but that the god of the sea has been displeased." One evening, a few days after this, a sailing junk, Tsukushimara, owned by one Tarada, who commanded her, anchored for the night to the lee of Fudozaki. After having stowed their sails and made everything snug, the crew pulled their beds up from below, for the weather was hot, and rolled them out on deck. towards the middle of the night, Captain was awakened by a peculiar rumbling sound seeming to come from the bottom of the sea. Apparently it came from the direction in which their anchor lay. The rope which held it trembled visibly. Tarada said the sound reminded him of the roaring of the falling tide in the Naruto Channel between Awa and Awaji Island. Suddenly, he saw towards the bows of the junk a beautiful maid clothed in the finest of white silks, he thought. She seemed, however, hardly real, being surrounded by a glimmering haze. Tarada was not a coward. Nevertheless, he roused his men, for he did not quite like this. As soon as he had shaken the men to their senses, he moved towards the figure, which, when but 10 or 12 feet away, addressed him in the most melodious of voices, thus: "Oh, could I but be back in the world, that is my only wish." Tarada, astonished and affrighted, fell on his knees and was about to pray, when a sound of roaring waters was heard again, and the white-clad maiden disappeared into the sea. Next morning, Tarada went on shore to ask the people of Amakusa if they had ever heard of such a thing before, and to tell them of his experiences. "No," said the village elder. 2 years ago, we never heard the noises which we hear now off Furo Cape almost daily, and we had much fish here before then, but we have even now never seen the figure of the girl whom you say you saw last night. Surely, this must be the ghost of some poor girl that has been drowned, and the noise we hear must be made by the god of the sea, who is in anger that her bones and body are not taken out of this bay, with a fish so much like to come before her body fell to the bottom." A consultation was held by the fishermen. They concluded that the village elder was right, that someone must have been drowned in the bay, and that the body was polluting the bottom. It was her ghost that had appeared on Tarada's ship, and the noise was naturally caused by the angry god of the sea, offended that his fish were prevented from entering the bay by its uncleanness. What was to be done was quite clear. Someone must dive to the bottom in spite of the depth of water, and bring the body or bones to the surface. It was a dangerous job, and not a pleasant one either, the bringing up of a corpse that had lain at the bottom for well over a year. As no one volunteered for the dive, the villagers suggested a man who was a great swimmer, a man who had all his life been dumb and consequently was a person of no value, as no one would marry him and no one cared for him. His name was Sankichi, or as they called him, Oshi no Sankichi, Dumb Sankichi. He was 26 years of age. He had always been honest. He was very religious, attending at the temples and shrines constantly, but he kept to himself, as his infirmity did not appeal to the community. As soon as this poor fellow heard that in the opinion of most of them there was a dead body at the bottom of the bay which had to be brought to the surface, he came forward and made signs that he would do the work or die in the attempt. What was his poor life worth in comparison with the hundreds of fishermen who lived about the bay, their lives depending upon the presence of fish? The fishermen consulted among themselves and agreed that they would let Oshi no Sankichi make the attempt on the morrow, and until that time he was the popular hero. Next day, when the tide was low, all the villagers assembled on the beach to give Dumb Sankichi a parting cheer. He was towed off to Tarada's junk, and after bidding farewell to his few relations, dived into the sea off her bows. Sankichi swam until he reached the bottom, passing through hot and cold currents the whole way. Hastily he looked and swam about, but no corpse or bones did he come across. At last, he came to a projecting rock, and on the top of that he espied something like a sword wrapped in old brocade. On grasping it, he felt that it really was a sword. On his untying the string and drawing the blade, it proved to be one of dazzling brightness, with not a speck of rust. It is, thought Sankichi, that Japan is the country of the sword, in which its spirit dwells. It must be the goddess of the sword that makes the roaring sound which frightens away the fishes when she comes to the surface. Feeling that he had secured a rare treasure, Sankichi lost no time in returning to the surface. He was promptly hauled on board the Tsukushimara amid the cheers of the villagers and his relations. So long had he been under water, and so benumbed was his body, he promptly fainted. Fires were lit, and his body was rubbed until he came to, and gave by signs an account of his dive. The head official of the neighborhood, Neruse Tsushum Ano Kami, examined the sword, but, in spite of its beauty and excellence, no name could be found on the blade, and the official expressed it as his opinion that the sword was a holy treasure. He recommended the erection of a shrine dedicated to Fudo, wherein the sword should be kept in order to guard the village against further trouble. Money was collected, the shrine was built, Oshino Sankichi was made the caretaker, and lived a long and happy life. The fish returned to the bay, but the spirit of the sword was no longer dissatisfied by being at the bottom of the sea. End chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. How Yogodayu Won a Battle. During the reign of the Emperor Shirakawa, which was between the years 1073 and 1086 AD, there lived a general whose name was Yogodayu. He had built a fort for himself and his small army in the wilds of Yamato, not far from the mountain of Kasigi, where, about the year 1380, the unfortunate Emperor Go-Daigo camped among the same rocky fastness and eventually perished. Even today, as one winds in and out of the narrow gorge where the railway passes Kasagi in the Kizuga Valley, one is struck by the extreme wildness of the scenery. Here it was that Yogodayu built his fort. Some months later he was attacked by his wife's brother, whom he detested, and got badly beaten, so much so as to have only some 20 warriors left alive. With these he escaped to Kasagi Mountains and hid himself for 2 days in a cave, in fear and trembling that he should be discovered. On the 3rd day, Yogodayu, finding that he was not pursued, ventured forth to admire the scenery. While thus occupied, he saw a bee in a large spider's web, struggling in vain to free itself. Struggle as it might, it only made things worse. Yogodayu, feeling sympathy for the bee, relieved it from its captivity and let it fly, saying, "Ah, little bee, fly back to liberty and to your hive. I wish I could do the same. It is a pleasure to relieve those in captivity, even though one is at the mercy of one's enemy, as I am." That night Yogodayu dreamed that a man dressed in black and yellow saluted him, and said, "Sir, I have come to tell you that it is my desire to help you, and fulfill the resolve which I came to this morning." "And who, pray, may you be?" answered Yogodayu in his dream. I am the bee whom you released from the spider's web, and deeply grateful. So much so that I have thought out a plan by which you can defeat your enemy and regain your lost fortune." "How is it possible for me to defeat my enemy with only a remnant of my force, some 20 warriors?" quoth Yogodayu. "It is very simple," was the answer. "Follow exactly the instructions I give you, and you shall see." "But I have no walls behind which the few friends I have can make a show of fighting. It is impossible for me to attack my enemy." The bee smiled and said, "You shall not want walls. You shall be attacked, and with the help of some 10 millions of the bees of Yamato, you shall put your enemies to rout. Listen! When you have fixed upon the day and the place where you will fight your brother-in-law, build a wooden house. Place in it as many 100 empty jars and receptacles as your men can find, so that we bees may come and hide in them. You must live in the house with your 20 and odd men, and manage to let your enemy know where you are, and that you are collecting a force to attack him. It will then not be long before he attacks you. When he does, we bees will come out in our millions and help you. You are sure of victory. Fear nothing, but do as I say." As Yogodayu was about to speak, the bee disappeared, and he awoke from his dream. Deeply impressed, he related it to his men. It was arranged that these should split themselves into couples and return to their native province, collect what men they could, and be back at the cave some 30 days later. Yogodayu went off alone. 30 days later they all met again at the cave on Kasaki Yama. Altogether they were now 80 men. Quietly they set to, and following the bees' advice, built a wooden house at the entrance of the valley, and put therein some 2,000 jars. No sooner had this been done than the bees arrived in countless thousands, until there must have been well nigh 2 millions. One of Yogodayu's men was sent to propagate reports that he was strongly fortifying himself. 2 days later his brother-in-law came to attack him. Yogodayu began fighting carelessly, so as to draw the enemy, who, seeing this, came on in full force and in a most unguarded way. As soon as the whole of the enemy's force lay revealed, the bees swarmed out of their hiding places and flew among them in such blinding swarms, stinging as they went here, there, and everywhere, that there was no standing against them. The enemy, without a single exception, turned and ran. They were pursued by the bees and by Yogodayu's 80 men, who simply cut them down as they liked, for each of the enemy had fully 3,000 bees attending them. Many lost their minds and went mad. Thus, after completely defeating his old enemy, Yogodayu became repossessed of his fortress, and, to commemorate the event, he built a small temple at the back of Kasagi Yama. All the dead bees that could be found were collected and buried there, and once a year during the rest of his life Yogodayu used to go and worship there. End of chapter 19. Recording by Linda Ray Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 20 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. The Isolated or Desolated Island. Many years ago, the Lord of Kishu, head of one of the 3 families of the Tokugawas, ordered his people to hold a hunting party on Tomagashima, Toma Island. In those days, such hunting parties were often ordered more for the purpose of improving drill and organization than for sport. It brought men together and taught others to handle them, both on land and at sea. It made men recognize their commanders and superiors, and it disclosed what men were worthy of, being made such. Hunting parties of this kind were considered as military maneuvers. On this particular hunt or maneuver, the Lord of Kishu was to make a kind of descent by water on the island of Toma and kill all the game that his landing party could beat up. Boats and junks were armed as if for war, and so were the men, except they wore no armor. The day for the entertainment was fine. Some 60 boats put to sea and landed successfully about 800 men on Toma Island. And busy indeed were they, chasing boar and deer the whole morning. Towards afternoon, however, a storm of great violence came on and completely stopped the sport. The men were ordered to return to the shore and regain their boats before these should be smashed on the beach. On embarking, they put out to sea with the intention of gaining the mainland. On shore, trees were being uprooted, columns of sand flew high in the air, and the gale was indeed terrific. If on shore it was as bad as this, it must be much worse at sea. The Lord of Kishu's boats and junks were tossed about as if they were floating leaves. One of the party was a notedly brave man, Makino Heine, who had been nicknamed Inoshishi, Wild Boar, on account of his reckless bravery. Seeing that neither junks nor boats were making headway against the storm, he pushed the small boat off the junk, jumped into it alone, took the oars, laughed at everyone, and cried, "See here, you all seem to be too frightened to make headway. Look at what I do, and follow me. I'm not afraid of the waves, and none of you should be, if you are to serve our Lord of Kishu faithfully." With that, Makino Heine shot out into the wild sea, and by extraordinary exertion managed to get some 300 yards ahead of the rest of the fleet. Then the gale increased to such violence that he was incapable of doing anything. For fear of being blown out of the boat, he was obliged to hold tight to the mast, and otherwise abandon his fate to good fortune. At times, even the heart of the wild boar quailed. Often his boat was lifted clean out of the water by the wind. Waves towered over him. He closed his eyes and awaited his fate. Finally, one squall more powerful than the rest blew his boat out of the water, and it was seen from the other boats, which lay at anchor, to disappear into the horizon. Heine clung to the boat tightly. When the mast blew away, he held on to the ribs. He prayed hard and earnestly. Some 8 hours after the storm began, Heine found the boat in comparatively smooth water. She was flooded, and she was a wreck, but still she floated, and that was all he cared for at the moment. Moreover, Heine felt encouraged, because between 2 dark clouds he could see an opening and some stars, though at present it was absolutely dark, and the driving rain had not ceased. Suddenly, when Heine was wondering how far he had been blown from shore or from his friends, crack, he felt his boat plump into a rock. The shock was so violent, for the boat was still being driven fast by the gale, that our hero lost his balance and was thrown fully 10 feet away. Falling on soft stuff, Heine thought it was in the sea, but his hands suddenly realized that it was soft, wet sand. Delighted at this discovery, he looked at the clouds and the sky and came to the conclusion that in another hour it would be daylight. In the meantime, he thanked the gods for his deliverance and prayed for his friends and for his lord and master. As morning broke, Heine arose, stiff, weary, and hungry. Before the sun appeared, he realized that he was on an island. No other land was in sight, and it puzzled him sorely to guess where he could be, for from all the Kishu Islands, the mainland could be easily seen. "Oh, here is a new tree. I have never seen that in Kishu," said he. "And this flower, that is also new. While here's a butterfly more brilliant than any I know." So saying and thinking, Heine began looking about for food, and, being a Japanese, easily satisfied his appetite with the shellfish, which were abundantly strewn everywhere after the storm. The island on which Heine had been cast was fair in size, some 2 miles across and 10 in circumference. There was one small hill in the middle, which Heine resolved to ascend, to see if he could discover Kishu from the top of it. Accordingly, he started. The undergrowth of bush was so great that Heine made a detour to another bay. The trees were quite different from any he had ever seen before, and there were many kinds of palms. At last he found to his delight a well-worn path leading up the mountain. He took it, but when he came to a damp place in the way, he was in no whit reassured, for there he saw footmarks, which could have been made by no one who was not a giant. They were fully 18 inches in length. A warrior belonging to Kishu must fear nothing, thought Heine, and arming himself with a stout stick, he proceeded. Near the top he found the opening to a somewhat large cave, and, nothing daunted, began to enter, prepared to meet anything. What was his surprise was an enormous man, fully 8 feet in height, appeared before him, not more than 10 feet from the entrance. He was a hideous, wild-looking creature, nearly black, with long, unkempt hair flashing his angry eyes, and a mouth that stretched from ear to ear, showing 2 glittering rows of teeth. And he wore no clothes except the skin of a wild cat tied around his loins. As soon as he saw Heine, he came to a standstill and said in Japanese, "Who are you? How have you got here? And what have you come for?" Makino Heine answered these questions as fully as he thought necessary, by telling his name and adding, "I am a retainer of the Lord of Kishu, and was blown away by the storm after we had been hunting and holding maneuvers on Toma Island." "And where are these places you speak of?" "Remember that this island is unknown to the world, and has been for thousands of years. I am its sole occupant, and wish to remain so. No matter how I came, I am here. My name is Tomaru, and my father was Yamaguchi Shoun, who died with his master, Toyotomi Hidetsugu, on Koyasan Mountain in 1563. Both died by their own hands. And I got here no matter how, and here I intend to remain undisturbed. I heard of your Lord of Kishu, and of the Tokugawa family, before I left Japan, and for that reason I will help you, by giving you my old boat in which I arrived. Come to the beach. I will send you off in the right direction, and if you continue sailing northwest, you shall in time reach Kishu. But it is a long way off. A very long way." With that, they walked down to the beach. "See," said Tomaru, "the boat is well nigh rotten, for it is many years since she was put here. But with luck, you may reach Kishu. Stay. You must have some provision. I can give you only dry fish and fruits, but to these you are welcome. And I must give you a present for your master, the Lord of Kishu. It is a kind of a seaweed. You shall have some for yourself, too. It is my great discovery on this island. No matter how bad a sword cut you may get, it will stop the blood flowing and cure it once. Now, jump into the boat and row away. I like to be alone. You may speak of your adventure, but you are not to mention my name. Farewell. Heine could only do as he was bid. Consequently, he made off. Rowing night and day, and aided by favorable currents, he found himself off the coast of Kishu on the third day after leaving the island. The people were much astonished to see him alive, and the Lord of Kishu rejoiced, especially at the sword-cut healing seaweed, which he had planted in the sea, at a part of the coast which he renamed and called Nagusagori, district of the famous seaweed. Later, Makino Heine sailed again by permission of his lord to get more seaweed. The island was found, but the giant had disappeared. End of section 20.
Chapter 21 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. Chikubu Island, Lake Biwa. Many years ago, when I was a boy, there was a song about Chinamen. It began, "In China once there lived a man, and his name was Ding Dong Dang. His legs were long and his feet were small, and this Chinese man couldn't walk at all." Chorus. Chi Mari, Chi Mara, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong da. Kosi ki, kosi ka. Chikubu, chikubu chang. Little in those days did I think that I should come across an island, or any other place for that matter, of that which bore the name of part of this wild and idiotic chorus. Chikibu, chikibu, chikibu chang. It sounds truly wild. Well, so it is. I have found an island on Lake Biwa which is pronounced and spelt exactly as in the chorus of this song of my youth. Chikibu is there, and I am puzzled to know where the composer found it. In my Japanese I can't find it. However, let us to the story. It is not a very good one, but as it relates to the only island of importance in the lake, it is worth chronicling. Chikibu Shima is situated about 2/3 up towards the northwestern end of Lake Biwa, in Omi Province. The lake is some 35 miles long and 12 broad. The island is holy, I believe, and it is said to have been caused by an earthquake nearly 600 years BC. Fuji Mountain made its appearance at the same time. Thus we have, so far as we like to believe it, the geographical pedigree of Lake Biwa and its principal island. The nearest land to Chikibu is Tsuuro Cape, which is about 2 miles away. There, some 300 years ago, dwelt two sisters, O-Tsuru and Kami. They were 15 and 11 respectively, and dwelt with their old and only uncle, their father and mother, and all their other relations being dead. Tsuru, the crane, and Kami, the turtle, were devoted to each other. In fact, the poor girls clung to each other as the remnants of a family should cling. They loved each other. They were inseparable. At that time there was much fear among the inhabitants of Tsuzero Point of a large carp, a carp of such size that it was called the Master of Lake Biwa. It was said that this fish ate dogs, cats, and sometimes people, if they were unwise enough to swim into water sufficiently deep for him to maneuver in. His principal hover was in the waters surrounding Chikibu Island, at the northern end of the lake. When O-Tsuru reached the age of 15 and her sister O-Kami was 11, O-Tsuru became sick with consumption. From bad she grew worse, and her poor little sister O-Kami became quite disconsolate. She cried because of her sister's illness, and went by herself to pray at all the temples in the neighborhood. Day after day she thought of nothing but her sister's illness, but all she did, poor child, was in vain. O-Tsuru became worse. In her great distress, O-Kami thought that she should venture to the wild and sacred island of Chikubu, there to pray to the goddess of mercy, Kwannon. To do so with any chance of her prayers being heard, it was necessary that she should go alone. She would row off secretly that night. After darkness had come and her uncle's household had gone to sleep, O-Kami crept forth and went down to the edge of the lake, where her uncle's boat and many others lay. Getting into one, the lightest she could find, she sculled towards Chikibu Island. The sky was clear and the water glistened. In less than an hour, this whole-hearted child of Nippon was kneeling before the ever-pleasing and soothing figure of Kwannon, the goddess ever ready to listen to the prayers of the unhappy, and there she prayed to the full extent of her feelings, weeping between times in sorrow for the sickness of her sister. When poor O-Kami had finished praying, she got into her boat and began to row back to Tsuzero. She had got within half a mile of that place when a terrible storm arose, and in the third squall her boat was capsized. O-Kami was no swimmer, and as she sank into the depths of the lake, the giant carp saw her and instantly carried her off and devoured her. Next morning was consternation at Tsuzero, when it was found that both O-Kami-san and one of the fishermen's boats were missing. It was naturally surmised that she had gone out on the lake, and probably to Chikubu Island to pray to Kwannon. Boats went off in search, but nothing could be found, save the marks of her footsteps from the shore to the shrine dedicated to Kwannon. On hearing this sad news, O-Tsuru, who lay nigh unto death, became worse, but in spite of her sad condition, she could not bear the idea of lingering on in the world without her sister O-Kami. Consequently, she resolved to destroy her life as near as she could think to the place where O-Kami had died, so that her spirit might journey with hers until perhaps they should become born again together. At all events, it was clearly her duty to follow her sister. When the dusk of evening arrived, O-Tsuru crept out from her room and gained the beach, where she, like her little sister, took the lightest boat which she could find, and rowed herself out, in spite of her weakness, to a spot where she thought that the carp might have killed her sister. There, standing in the bows of the boat, she cried aloud, "O mighty carp, that hast devoured my sister, devour me also, that our spirits may follow the same path and become reunited. It is for this I cast myself into the lake." So saying, O20 shut her eyes and jumped into the water. Down, down, down she went, until she reached the bottom. No sooner had she alighted there, feeling, curiously enough, no effects of being under water, than she heard her name called. Strange indeed, thought she, that I should hear my name at the bottom of Lake Biwa. She opened her eyes and beheld standing beside her an old priest. O20 asked him who he was, and why he had called her. I was a priest, he exclaimed. Perhaps I am one now. At all events, I often come to the bottom of the lake. I know all about your little sister Kami, of her faithfulness and affection for you, and of yours for her. I also know of the storm which capsized her boat when she had been praying to Kwannon on Chikubu Island, and of her being taken and eaten by that horrible carp. Believe me, none of these are reasons why you should take your own life. Go back on earth rather and pray to Buddha for your sister's blessing and for her soul. I will see that you are avenged on the carp, and I will see that you get well and strong. Take my hand, so, and I will take you back on shore. Having said this and carried Tsuru to land, the priest disappeared. For some time she lay unconscious, but when she came fully to her senses, O20 found herself on Chikubu Island and feeling considerably stronger than she had felt for some time. She went to the shrine dedicated to Kwannon and passed the remainder of the night in prayer. In the morning, having gone to the beach, she saw boats in the distance coming from Tsuzero Point, but what was more extraordinary, there lay, not 10 feet from the shore where she stood, an enormous carp, fully 9 feet in length, dead. Among the search boats that arrived was one containing her uncle and a priest. Tsuzero told her story. The carp was buried at a small promontory on the island, which is called Miyazaki. It was named Koizuka Miyazaki, the carp's grave at Temple Cape. O20 lived to a ripe old age and was never ill again. History tells of her at the age of 70 informing Ota Nobunaga, who came to destroy temples in the neighborhood, that if he touched the shrines on Chikubu Island, she herself would see to his destruction. End of chapter 21. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 22 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Angelique Campbell, March 2019. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. Reincarnation. In the far north and mountainous portion of Ichigo Province is a temple which, during the reign of the Emperor Ichijo, had a curious story attached to it. And though the Emperor Ichijo reigned so long ago as between the years 987 and 1011 AD, the teller of the story assured me that he believed the temple to be in existence still. The temple's name is Kinoto, and it is situated in the hills and the wild woods, which, in those days, must have been almost virgin forest. The monk who reigned supreme over the Kinoto temple was a youngish man, but very devout. He read sacred sermons from the Holy Buddhist Bible aloud twice a day. One day, the good youth perceived that 2 monkeys had come down from the mountain and sat listening to his reading with serious faces and no tricks. He was amused, and, taking no notice, continued to read. As soon as he had finished, the monkeys went off into the hills. The monk was surprised to see the monkeys appear at both his sermons next day, and when on the third day they came again, he could not help asking why they came so regularly. "We have come, Holy Father, because we like to hear the words and sermons of Buddha as read by yourself, and greatly do we desire to retain all the wisdom and virtues which we have heard you recite. Is it possible for you to copy out the great and holy Buddhist book?" "It would be a very laborious affair," answered the priest, highly astonished. "But so rare an interest is it that you animals take in the sermons of our great Lord Buddha, I will make an effort to satisfy your wish, hoping that thereby you may be benefited." The monkeys bowed and left the priest, pleased with themselves and the promise they had obtained, while the priest set to at his gigantic labors of copying the Buddhist Bible. Some 6 or 7 days later, about 500 monkeys came to the temple, each bearing parchment paper, which they laid before the priest, their foreman saying how deeply grateful they would be when they had got the copy of the Bible, so that they might know the laws and mend their ways. And, bowing again before the priest, they retired, all except the first 2 monkeys. These 2 set diligently to work to find food for the priest while he wrote. Day after day they went into the mountains, returning with wild fruits and potatoes, honey and mushrooms, and the priest wrote steadily on, being thus attended, until he had copied 5 volumes of the sacred book. When he reached the end of the 5th volume, the monkeys, for some unaccountable reason, failed to come, and the good priest was quite nervous on their account. The 2nd day of their absence he went in search of them, fearing that they must have been overcome by some misfortune. Everywhere the priest found traces of the forages in his behalf, branches broken off the wild fruit trees, scratchings and holes where they had been looking for wild potatoes. Evidently the monkeys had worked hard, and the poor priest felt deeply anxious on their account. At last, when near the top of the mountain, his heart gave a bound, and was filled with sorrow when he came to a hole which the monkeys had made in looking for wild potatoes, so deep that they had been unable to get out. No doubt, both of them had died of broken hearts, fearing that the priest would think they had deserted him. There remained nothing to do but to bury the monkeys and pray for their blessing, which he did. Shortly after this, the priest was called away from the temple to another. So, as he saw no necessity to continue copying the Buddhist Bible, he put the 5 volumes he had copied into one of the pillars of the temple, which had a sort of shelf cupboard cut in it. 40 years later, there arrived at the temple one Kanomitaka Asan, who had become governor or lord of Ichiko province. He came with half of his retainers and domestics, and asked the priest if they knew anything of the unfinished copy of the Buddhist Bible. Was it in the temple still? "No," they said. "We were none of us here at the time your lordship mentioned. But there is one old man, a servant, who is 85 years of age, and he may be able to tell you something. We will send for him." Shortly afterwards, a man with flowing white beard was ushered in. "Is it the old document that our priest began copying out for the monkeys you want?" "Well, if so, that has never been touched since, and is a matter of so little importance that I had nearly forgotten about it. The document is in a little secret shelf which is hollowed out in one of the main pillars of the temple. I will fetch it." Some 10 minutes later, the documents were in the hands of Kanomitaka Asan, who was in ecstasy of delight at the sight of them. He told the priest and the old man that he was the lord of Ichijo province, and that he had journeyed all the way to their temple to see if unfinished volumes of the Bible remained there. "For," he said, I was the senior of the two monkeys who were so anxious to obtain copies of the whole of our Lord Buddha's sermons, and now that I have been born a man, I wish to complete them. Hinomataka Asan was allowed to take the 5 volumes away with him, and for 5 years he kept copying out of the sacred book. He copied 3,000 volumes in all, and it is said that they are now kept in the temple of Kinoto in Ikijo province as its most sacred treasure. End chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. The Diving Woman of Oiso Bay. Oiso, in the province of Sagami, has become such a celebrated place as the chosen residence of the Marquis Ito and of several other high Japanese personages, that a story of a somewhat romantic nature dating back to the Ninan period may be interesting. During one of the earliest years of the period, which lasted from 1116 to 1169 AD, a certain knight, whose name was Takadai Jiro, became ill in the town of Kamakura, where he had been on duty, and was advised to spend the hot month of August at Oiso, and there to give himself perfect rest, peace, and quietness. Having obtained permission to do this, Takadai Jiro lost no time in getting to the place and settling himself down, as comfortably as was possible, in a small inn which faced the sea. Being a landsman, who, with the exception of his service at Kamakura, had hardly ever seen the sea, Takadai was pleased to dwell in gazing at it, both by day and by night, for, like most Japanese of high birth, he was poetical and romantic. After his arrival at Oiso, Takadai felt weary and dusty. As soon as he had secured his rooms, he threw off his clothes and went down to bathe. Takadai, whose age was about 25 years, was a good swimmer and plunged into the sea without fear, going out for nearly half a mile. There, however, misfortune overtook him. He was seized with a violent cramp and began to sink. A fishing boat sculled by a man and containing a diving girl happened to see him and went to the rescue. But by this time he had lost consciousness and had sunk for the 3rd time. The girl jumped overboard and swam to the spot where he had disappeared, and, having dived deep, brought him to the surface, holding him there until the boat came up, when by the united efforts of herself and her father, Takadai was hauled on board, but not before he had realized that the soft arm that clung round his neck was that of a woman. When he was thoroughly conscious again, before they had reached the shore, Takadai saw that his preserver was a beautiful Ama, diving girl, aged not more than 17. Such beauty he had never seen before, not even in the higher circles in which he was accustomed to move. Takadai was in love with his brave savior before the boat had grounded on the pebbly beach. Determined in some way to repay the kindness he had received, Takadai helped to haul their boat up the steep beach, and then to carry their fish and nets to their little thatched cottage, where he thanked the girl for her noble and gallant act in saving him, and congratulated her father on the possession of such a daughter. Having done this, he returned to the inn, which was not more than a few hundred yards away. From that time on, the soul of Takadai knew no peace. Love of the maddest kind was on him. There was no sleep for him at night, for he saw nothing but the face of the beautiful diving girl whose name, he had ascertained, was Kinu. Try as he might, he could not for a moment put her out of his mind. In the daytime it was worse, for O Kino was not to be seen, being out at sea with her father, diving for the haliotis shells and others, and it was generally the dusk of evening before she returned, and then in the dim light he could not see her. Once indeed Takadai tried to speak to O Kino, but she would have nothing to say to him, and continued busying herself in assisting her father to carry the nets and fish up to their cottage. This made Takadai far worse, and he went home wild, mad, and more in love than ever. At last his love grew so great that he could endure it no longer. He felt that at all events it would be a relief to declare it. So he took his most confidential servant into the secret, and dispatched him with a letter to the fisherman's cottage. O Kinu-san did not even write an answer, but told the old servant to thank his master in her behalf for his letter and his proposal of marriage. Tell him also, said she, that no good can come of a union between one of so high a birth as he and one so lowly as I. Such a badly matched pair could never make a happy home. In answer to the servant's expostulation, she merely added, I have told you what to tell your master. Take him the message. Takadai Jiro, on hearing what O Kinu had said, was not angry. He was simply astonished. It was beyond his belief that a fisher girl could refuse such an offer in marriage as himself, a samurai of the upper class. Indeed, instead of being angry, Takadai was so startled as to be rather pleased than otherwise, for he thought that perhaps he had taken the fair O Kino-san a little too suddenly, and that this first refusal was only a bit of coyness on her part. That was not to be wondered at. I will wait a day or two, thought Takadai. Now that Kinu knows of my love, she may think of me, and so become anxious to see me. I will keep out of the way. Perhaps then she will be as anxious to see me as I am to see her. Takadai kept to his own room for the next 3 days, believing in his heart that O Kinu must be pining for him. On the evening of the 4th day he wrote another letter to O Kinu, more full of love than the first, dispatched his old servant, and waited patiently for the answer. When O Kinu was handed the letter, she laughed and said, Truly, old man, you appear to me very funny, bringing me letters. This is the 2nd in 4 days, and never until 4 days ago have I ever had a letter addressed to me in my life. What is this one about, I wonder? Saying this, she tore it open and read, and then turning to the servant, continued, It is difficult for me to understand. If you gave my message to your master correctly, he could not fail to know that I could not marry him. His position in life is far too high. Is your master quite right in his head? Yes, except for the love of you, my young master is quite right in his head. But since he has seen you, he talks and thinks of nothing but you, until even I have got quite tired of it, and earnestly pray to Kwannon daily that the weather may get cool so that we may return to our duties at Kamakura. For 3 full days I had to sit in the inn listening to my young master's poems about your beauty and his love, and I had hoped that every day would find us fishing from a boat for the sweet abarami fish, which are now fat and good, as every other sensible person is doing. Yes, my master's head was right enough, but you have unsettled it, it seems. Oh, do marry him, so that we shall all be happy and go out fishing every day and waste no more of this unusual holiday. You are a selfish old man, answered O Kinu. Would you that I marry to satisfy your master's love and your desire for fishing? I have told you to tell your master that I will not marry him because we could not, in our different ranks of life, become happy. Go and repeat that answer. The servant implored once more, but O Kinu remained firm. Finally, he was obliged to deliver the unpleasant message to his master. Poor Takadai. This time he was distressed, for the girl had even refused to meet him. What was he to do? He wrote one more imploring letter, and also spoke to Okinu's father. But the father said, "Sir, my daughter is all I have to love in the world. I cannot influence her in such a thing as her love. Moreover, all our diving girls are strong in mind as well as in body, for constant danger strengthens their nerves. They are not like the weak farmers' girls, who can be influenced and even ordered to marry men they hate. Their minds are oftener than not stronger than those of us men. I always did what Kinu's mother told me I was to do, and could not influence Kino in such a thing as her marriage. I might give you my advice, and should do so. But, sir, in this case I must agree with my daughter that, great as the honor done to her, she would be unwise to marry one above her own station in life." Takadai's heart was broken. There was nothing more that he could say, and nothing more that he could do. Bowing low, he left the fisherman and retired forthwith to his room in the inn, which he never left, much to the consternation of his servant. Day by day he grew thinner, and as the day approached for his return from leave, Takadai was far more of an invalid than he had been on his arrival at Oiso. What was he to do? The sentiment of the old proverb that there are as good fish in the sea as ever came out of it did not in any way appeal to him. He felt that life was no longer worth having. He resolved to end it in the sea, where his spirit might perhaps linger and catch sight occasionally of the beautiful diving girl who had bewitched his heart. Takadai that evening wrote a last note to Kino, and as soon as all the villagers of Oiso were asleep, he arose and went to the cottage, slipping the note under the door. Then he went to the beach, and after tying a large stone to a rope and to his neck, he got into a boat and rowed himself about 100 yards from shore, where he took the stone in his arms and jumped overboard. Next morning, Okino was shocked to read in the note that Jiro Takadai was to kill himself for love of her. She rushed down to the beach, but could see only an empty fishing boat some 300 or 400 yards from shore, to which she swam. There she found Takadai's tobacco box and his juro, medicine box. Okino thought that Takadai must have thrown himself into the sea somewhere hereabouts, so she began to dive, and it was not long before she found the body, which she brought to the surface, after some trouble on account of the weight of the stone, which the arms rigidly grasped. Okino took the body back to shore, where she found Takadai's old servant wringing his hands in grief. The body was taken back to Kamakura, where it was buried. Okino was sufficiently touched to vow that she would never marry anyone. True, she had not loved Takadai, but he had loved and had died for her. If she married, his spirit would not rest in peace. No sooner had Okino mentally undertaken this generous course than a strange thing came to pass. Seagulls, which were especially uncommon in the Oiso Bay, began to swarm it. They settled over the exact spot where Takadai had drowned himself. In stormy weather, they hovered over it on the wing, but they never went away from the place. Fishermen thought it extraordinary, but Kinu knew well enough that the spirit of Takadai must have passed into the gulls, and for it she prayed regularly at the temple, and out of her small savings she built a little tomb, sacred to the memory of Takadai Jiro. By the time Kino was 20 years of age, her beauty was celebrated, and many were the offers she had in marriage, but she refused them all and kept her vow of celibacy. During her entire life, the seagulls were always on the spot where Takadai had been drowned. She died by drowning in a severe typhoon some 9 years later than Takadai. and from that day the seagulls disappeared, showing that his spirit was now no longer in fear of Okino marrying. End of section 23. Chapter 24 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. Theft and Recovery of a Golden Kwannon. In the period of the Genroku, which lasted from 1688 to 1704, when the shogun, or military ruler Tsuneyoshi's power was in full sway, he presented a solid gold figure of Kwannon, the goddess of mercy, to each of his 3 leading families of the provinces of Kii, Mito, and Owari, and they were considered as of the highest and greatest value by each of these leading lords or daimyos, who had kept them in their inner palaces, so that they were almost impossible to get at, and were considered at least absolutely safe from robbers. But even in spite of this, the Lord of Kii took additional precautions by always having a man, night and day, to guard his idol. At the same period lived a most redoubtable robber whose name was Yayagumo. He was more than an ordinary robber, and was what the people called Fuinkiwi, which means seal breaker or seal cutter, a first-class burglar, in fact, who never descended to robbing the poor, but only robbed the richest and most difficult palaces and castles that were to be got at, taking from them only the highest and most valuable treasures they possessed. This bold robber broke into the Lord of Kii's palace, no one knew how, took the idol of Kwannon, and left his name written on a piece of paper. The Lord of Kii, very angry, sent for the guard, whose name was Mumashima Iganosuke, and reprimanded him severely, asking him what excuse he had to make. "None, my lord. Tiredness overcame me and I slept. There is but one way in which I can show my regret, and that I will do by destroying myself." The Lord of Kii, who was a man of wisdom, answered that before he did this, it would be more useful if Iganosuke would follow up the robber and try to recover the idol. Iganosuke, who had always been a faithful servant, readily consented, and having obtained indefinite leave, went away. For fully 4 months he was quite unsuccessful, though he had traveled over half the country. At last he heard reports of robberies in Shokugu, and then later in Shikoku province. Hurrying down from Izumo to Okayama, he there got on board a ship bound across the inland sea for Takamatsu in Shikoku. The weather was fine and the sea smooth, and Iganosuke was in high spirits, for he had heard that 1 or 2 of the robberies had undoubtedly been done by Yayagumo, and he felt that at last he must be getting nearer the man he wished to catch. Perhaps even he was on that very boat. Who could tell? Thinking of these possibilities, Iganosuke kept very much to himself, watching the people, whose spirits all seemed to be affected by the beautiful weather, for though mostly strangers, they were all sociable. Among them was a good-looking young samurai, who had attracted Iganosuke by his refined appearance, as also by a beautiful gold pipe which he drew out from its case and smoked while chatting to his neighbor. By and by, a samurai of some 60 years of age came up to the young man and said, "Sir, I have lost my pipe and tobacco pouch somewhere on this ship. I am a confirmed smoker and almost dying for a whiff of tobacco. Might I borrow yours for a moment or two?" The young samurai handed both his pipe and his pouch to the old man, with a bow, saying that this afforded him great pleasure. The old samurai, after his 3 puffs of the pipe, was about to empty out the ash and refill it. To do so, without thinking what he was about, he knocked the pipe on the outside of the ship. To his horror, the Gankubi, the bowl, dropped off into the sea. The old man knew that the pipe was gold and of great value, and was utterly confused. He did not know what to say. His apologies were profuse, but they did not bring back the end of the pipe. The young samurai, of course, was much annoyed, but it would be no use getting angry. In any case, that would have been an excessively vulgar proceeding, more especially with so old a man. He said, "Ah, the pipe was given to me by the lord of my clan for meritorious service rendered in the big hunt last year, and truly, I do not know how I shall be able to face the disgrace of incurring his anger." He grew pale as he mused. The old samurai felt more sorry than ever when he heard this, and said, "There is only one way I see that you can face your lord, and that is by my death. I also was a samurai of some importance when younger, and know how to conduct myself. It is right that I should disembowel myself as an apology to you for my carelessness." And saying this, the old samurai drew his right arm and shoulder from under his kimono. Surprised at the old man's high sense of honor, the young samurai seized the hand in which he held his sword and prevented him, saying, "That will really do no good. It would not make it easier for me to explain to my lord. Your death can bring no apology to him. It was I to whom he gave the pipe, and it is I who have lost it by lending it to you. It is I, therefore, who should offer the apology to my lord by doing harakiri." Then the young samurai prepared to kill himself. Iganosuke, who had been watching the incident, stepped forward and said, "Gentlemen, I also am a samurai, and I have heard what you say. Let me say that though the pipe end has fallen into the sea, it in no way follows that it is lost beyond recovery. Both of you appear to me to be unnecessarily hasty. I am a good diver and swimmer. Our ship is becalmed, and the water hereabouts is not very deep. I am quite ready to try and help you to recover the pipe if you will allow me." Of course, both other samurai were pleased at this idea, of which, being no swimmers themselves, they had never thought. And Iganosuke lost no time in throwing off his kimono and diving into the sea, where he was thoroughly at home, having been in his younger days so expert a swimmer that he gave lessons to many of the samurai at Kii. Down he went to the bottom, finding not much more than 7 Japanese fathoms of 5 feet each. The bottom was composed almost entirely of stone and was very clear. Iganosuke had not moved many feet along before he saw the end of the gold pipe, and at the same time something else gleamed between the stones. Thrusting the pipe between his teeth, he seized the other object, and to his great astonishment found it to be no less a thing than the gold figure of Kwannon, which had been stolen from the castle of the Lord of Kii. Carefully returning to the surface, Iganosuke scrambled on board and handed the pipe end to the grateful young samurai, who, with the old one, bowed to the ground. When Iganosuke had thrown on his clothes, he said, "I am a retainer of the Lord of Kii, and I have come from our castle of Takegaki to hunt for the robber who stole the very figure of Kwannon, which I have just by good fortune, while looking for your pipe, recovered. Is it not wonderful? Truly, the old saying, Nasakiwa hito no tame naratsu, is quite true." Then the old man, in a wild state of delight, cried, "Even more curious is this. My name is Matsuri Fuji of Takamatsu. Only a month ago, the robber whom you name, Yayagumo Fuinkiri, the seal breaker, came into the bedroom of my lord and was about to steal great valuables when I, who was on guard, tried to take him. Though an old man, I am a fencer, but he was too clever for me and escaped. I followed him down to the beach, but was not fast enough, and he got away. Since then, I have always wondered what he had in his kimono pockets, for the bright rays of some gilded thing shot out of them. The robber had not got far from the shore before a great storm arose. He was wrecked and drowned, Both his body and the boat were recovered some days later, and I identified them, but there was nothing in his pocket. It is clear that when his boat upset, the robber lost the Kwannon, which must have been what I saw shining out of his pocket. Truly, this was a wonderful string of coincidences. Iganosuke, who had no further cause to travel, returned to the Lord of Kii and reported his adventures and good fortune. So much pleased was the daimyo, he gave Iganosuke a present. The figure of the gold Kwannon was better guarded than ever before. Undoubtedly, it had miraculous power, and it may still be among the treasures of Kii. End of section 24.
North Star.
Chapter 25 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith.
North Star.
Saigyo Hoshi's Rock. Some 12 miles south of Shodoshima, Shodo Island, is the largest island of Nao, or Naoshima, on the western side of the Enchanting Island Sea, which it has been my good fortune to cruise over at will, helped instead of being hindered by the Japanese government, in consequence of the kindness of Sir Ernest Satow. Naoshima has but few inhabitants, not, I think, more than from 60 to 100 in the time of our story, about the year 1156. There were only two, Sobihi and his good wife, Oyomi. These lived alone at a beautiful little bay. They had built a fishing hut and cultivated some 3,000 tsubo of land, produce of which, and an unlimited supply of fish, they were perfectly happy, untroubled by the quarrels of the day, which were then particularly serious, it being the Hogan period, which, lasting from 1156 to 1160, took its name from what was known as the Hogan Rebellion, or to put it correctly, revolution. It was during this exciting period that the ex-emperor Shutoku, life 1124 to 1141, who was suspected of leading the rebellion, was for safety banished by those in power to the island of Naoshima. Stranded, marooned in little else than the clothes he stood in, he was in an unviable plight, as far as he knew the island was desolate. After his marooners had left him, he strolled on the beach, wondering what next he should do. Should he take his life? Should he struggle to remain it? While pondering these questions, night overcame Shutoku before he had thought of making a shelter, and he sat in consequence, contemplating the past and listening to the sad waves. Next morning, as the sun rose above the horizon, the ex-emperor began to move. He had resolved to live. He had not gone far along the beach when he found marks of feet upon the sand. Shortly afterwards, from across a little rocky promontory, he saw smoke ascending in the still air. Lightened in heart, the ex-emperor stepped out, and after some 20 minutes of stiff climbing, came down into the bay where stood the hut of Sobihi and his wife. Marching boldly up, he told them who he was, and how he had been marooned and exiled, and asked them many questions. "Sir," said Sobihi, "my wife and I are very humble people. We live in peace, for there are none to disturb us here, and we are passing through our lives very happily. To our humble fare you are truly welcome. Our cottage is small, but you shall have its shelter, while we build another and a better for you, and at all times we shall be your servants." The ex-emperor was pleased to hear these words of friendship, and became one of the family. He helped to build a lodge for himself. He helped the old couple in their fishing and agriculture, and became deeply attached to them. In the autumn, he fell ill, and was nursed through a dangerous fever. His medicines were being made by Oyomi from leaves, seaweeds, and other natural products of the island. And towards spring, he began to recover. In his convalescence, the ex-emperor went out one day to sit by the sea and admire the scenery, and became so absorbed in a flock of seagulls that were following a school of sardines that he failed to notice what was going on around him. When he looked up, suddenly he was to find himself surrounded by no less than 14 knights in armor. As soon as these noticed that the ex-emperor had seen them, one, the eldest, a gray-haired and benevolent-looking old man, stepped up to him and bowing, said, "O my beloved sovereign, at last I have found you. My name is Furuzuka Iga, and regretfully I am obliged to tell you that I am sent by the Mikado to secure your head. He fears while you live, even in banishment, for the peace of the country. Please enable me to take your head as speedily and as painlessly as possible. It is my misfortune to have to do it." The ex-emperor seemed in no way surprised at this speech. Without a word, he arranged himself and stretched his neck to receive the blow from Iga's sword. Iga, touched by his manly conduct, began to weep and exclaimed, "Oh, what a brave sovereign, what a samurai, how I grieve to be his executioner." But his duty was plain, so he nerved himself and struck off the ex-emperor's head with a single blow. As soon as the head fell upon the sand, the other knights came up and respectfully placed the head in a silken bag and awaited orders from the chief. "My friends," said Furuzuka Iga, "go back to the boat and take the head of Shutuko to the emperor. Tell him that his orders have been carried out and that he need have no future fear. Go without me, for I remain here to weep over the deed which I have had to do." The knights were astonished, but they departed, and Iga gave way to grief. Soon it came to pass that Sobei and his wife went to look for the ex-emperor, for his absence had been long. They knew the spot where he loved to sit and gaze at the beautiful scenery. Thus it was that they found Iga weeping. "What is this?" they cried. "What means this blood upon the sand? Who, sir, may you be? And where is our guest?" Iga explained that he was an envoy from the Mikado, and that it had been his painful duty to kill the ex-emperor. The fury of Sobei and his wife knew no bounds. Instinctively, they decided that they must both die. After avenging the ex-emperor by killing Iga, they proceeded to attack him with their knives, Sobei in front and his wife from behind. Iga avoided them by his proficiency in jiu-jitsu. In 2 seconds, he had both of them by the wrists. He then said, "Good people, for I know you to be such. Listen to my story. The ex-emperor, who has been in exile on this island for nearly a year, and whom you befriended and prevented from perishing from starvation and exposure, is not the real ex-emperor, but my own son, Furuzuka Taro." Sobei and his wife looked at him in bewilderment and asked for an explanation. "Listen, and I will tell you," said Furuzuka Iga. "As the result of the revolution in the imperial household, ex-emperor Shotoku was taken from the enemy, the reigning emperor, and was sentenced to exile on this island, which was supposed to be uninhabited, and is so for all but yourselves. The ex-emperor must have died had you not been here to support him. And though I am attached to the imperial court, I did not like one who had been my sovereign so to perish. It was my duty to bring the ex-emperor here and maroon him. I marooned, instead, my own son, who was very much like him. He was glad to take the ex-emperor's place. Unfortunately, Mikado's mind became uneasy during the winter, fearing that so long as the ex-emperor remained alive, there might be further trouble. And I was again sent to Naoshima Island, this time to bring back the ex-emperor's head. You know now what I have had to do. Was ever a father called upon to carry out so terrible a commission? Pity me. Be not angry. You have lost your friend, and I my son. But the ex-emperor still lives. Moreover, he knows of my loyalty to him. He will be here shortly, in secret and in disguise. That is why I have written. And that is the whole of the story I have to tell. Both of you must know how deeply grateful I feel towards you both in your great kindness to my son. The poor samurai bowed to the ground, and the old couple, who simply did not know what to do, remained silent, with tears of sorrow and of sympathy streaming down their faces. For fully half an hour, nothing was said. They remained, weeping on the blood-stained beach, waiting for the tide to rise and wash away the corpse. And they might have been longer, had it not been that suddenly they heard the sweet strains of the biwa, a musical instrument of the coast. Then Iga arose, drying his eyes, said, "Here, my friends, comes the real ex-emperor, though in disguise. He never goes anywhere without his lute, and he has signs and signals with me by certain airs he plays. He is asking now if it is safe to come forward, and if I give no answer, it is safe. Listen and see him approach." Sobei and his wife had never listened to such soft and bewitching music before. With hearts full of sorrow, they sat listening. Nearer and nearer the music came until they saw coming along the beach a man in poor clothes, whom they might almost have mistaken for their dead friend, so like he was to him. When he came near, he went up and bowed, and then led the stranger to the fisherman and his wife, whom he had made known, telling the ex-emperor what kindness he had shown his son Taro. The ex-emperor was pleased, and said that he was deeply grateful, and considered them as part of that faithful body who had worked to save his life. Just then a ship seemed to round the point of the bay. It was the ship in which Iga had arrived, the ship which had blown away his son's head. The ex-emperor, followed by Iga, Sobei, and his wife, kneeled on the sand near the bloody stain and prayed long for the peace of the spirit of God. Next day, the ex-emperor announced his intention of remaining for the rest of his life on the island of Yamashima with Sobei and Oyori. Iga was taken to the mainland by Sobei and found his way back to the capital. The ex-emperor, attended by the faithful old couple who lived for a year on the island. His time was passed in playing on the biwa and in praying for the spirit of power. At the end of the year, he died from mournfulness. Sobei and his wife devoted all their spare time to building a small shrine to his memory. It is said to be standing to this day. In the third year of Inoue, the famous but eccentric priest and poet Saigyo, who was related to the imperial family, spent 17 days on the island, praying night and day. During this time, he sat on the favorite rock of Taro and the ex-emperor. The rock is still known as Saigyo's Rock. End of section 25.
North Star.
Chapter 26 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. The LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. How Masakuni regained his sight. Some 70 years ago, there dwelt in Kyoto a celebrated swordmaker, a native of the province of Awa in Tokushima. Awanokami Masakuni, for such was his name, dwelt in Kyoto for the purpose of business, and because he was nearer the homes of the grandees, for whom it paid him best to make swords. With him lived his beautiful little daughter, Ai, or O-Ai-san. Ai meaning love. She was 14, only a child, but her beauty was enough to make her an object of affection to anyone who happened to see her. O-Ai thought of no one but her father, and of him she was extremely fond. As As time went on, Masakuni so improved in the art of making swords and forging blades that he came to be regarded with much jealousy by the other swords makers, all of whom, including Masakuni, lived in the Karasu Tengu district of Kyoto, where it was the fashion for sword makers to dwell in those days. Alas, the skill of Masakuni cost him an eye. Though the samurai and wearers of swords held ethical ideas of honor and bushi said to be far above the average, it does not appear that the sword makers were the same. They often committed the most horrible and cowardly crimes. One of these was to put out either one or both of the eyes of their sword-making rivals while they slept. Thus it came to pass one night that little Owai-san was awakened from her sleep by the piercing cry of her father, and found him writhing on the floor in agony, with his right eye stabbed and burst. Owai summoned aid, but nothing could save the eye. It was done for, and though the place could be healed, Masakuni must give up all idea of ever having the use of his right eye again. There was not even the satisfaction of catching his assailant. He did not know what it was. Amid these circumstances, it was evident that Masakuni could no longer remain a sword maker. After the loss of his eye, it would be impossible for him to carry out any of the fine work needed to keep up his reputation. Consequently, he returned to his native village, Ohara, in the province of Awa, with his daughter. Poor Masakuni had not been long settled in his old home before his left eye began to feel bad. And in less than a week, there appeared to be every chance of his losing its use altogether. Ai was disconsolate. For her dear father to lose the use of both eyes was terrible. She loved him dearly, and knew that his only remaining pleasures in life were herself and beautiful scenery. What could she do? Poor child. She waited on him day and night, cooked, and was his nurse. When she had exhausted every means in her power to do good, and her father's left eye grew worse, she betook herself to praying. Daily, she toiled up the wild and rocky mountain of Shirataki, near the summit of which there was a little shrine dedicated to Fudo, sometimes thought of as the god of wisdom. There, day after day, she prayed that she might be led to the knowledge that would cure her father. And though it was now the icy month of January, after so doing, she divested herself of clothing and stood for nearly half an hour under the waterfall from which the mountain takes its name, as was the custom of all who wished to impress upon the deity the earnestness and sincerity of their prayers. For 3 months, Owai had thus gone up the mountain daily to pray and undergo the terrible cold of the waterfall. Yet her prayer seemed unanswered, for there was no improvement in her father. Owai, however, did not lose heart. Toward the end of February, she climbed again. In spite of the severe cold, ice was hanging on to many parts of the rock. Owai, after praying to Fudo-san, divested herself of clothing and stepped under the fall, there to continue her prayers as long as she could possibly stand and live. So great was the cold, in a few moments she lost consciousness and slipped down into the basin of the fall, receiving a severe blow on the head. Just then, by unusual good fortune, an old man, followed by his servant, came up the mountain and was looking at and admiring the waterfall. The white body of Owai-san caught his eye while it was being churned in the basin of the fall, not 30 feet from where he stood. The old man and the servant hastened to pull out the body and began to rub it, and found that life was not extinct. Owai was half drowned and insensible from the cold and the blow, and the blood was flowing freely from the wound. They made up their minds to save this beautiful girl and set to it with vigor. The fire was lit, her clothes were warmed and put on, and in less than 20 minutes she had opened her eyes and was able to speak. this? The old man asked. Is it by accident we find you thus nearly dead, or have you tried to take your own life?
North Star.
No, said the girl. It is not that I wish to take my own life. It is to save the eyesight of my father that I have come here to pray.
North
This
Star.
is the 100th day of my prayer. Tomorrow and every following day I shall be here to pray again and to so continue. For it is against the teachings of Buddha to despair. Hawaii then related the history of her father's blindness. The old man,
North Star.
answering, said, if devotion to duty has its reward, yours, young lady, has come. Perhaps you are not aware who I am.
North Star.
My name is Uozumi. Dr. Uozumi. I am the chief doctor in Kyoto, and I am the only one at present who has passed his full degrees in medical sciences of the Dutch. I have just been to the palace at Yedo, and am now on my return to Kyoto. I have only put in here with my ship for today, and have come up this mountain to admire the scenery. Now I have found you, and so grieve with you in your trouble, that I will stay here a week or two and see what can be done for your father. Do not let us lose time. Put on the rest of your clothes, and let us go to your house. Owai-san was delighted. At last, she thought, her prayer had been answered by Fudo-san. With joy in her heart, she almost ran down the mountain, forgetting all about her narrow escape and the long gash she had received in her head. Dr. Uozumi had found it hard to keep anywhere near this healthy young maid. Arrived at the house, Uozumi made an examination of the patient and ordered remedies after the Dutch prescriptions, the medicines for which he fortunately had with him. Day after day, the doctor and Owai attended Masakuni. At the end of the 10th day, his left eye was perfectly cured. Masakuni was delighted at the partial recovery of his sight, and, like his daughter, attributed the good fortune of the celebrated doctor's arrival to the mercy of Fudo-san. Having purified his body and soul by living on a vegetable diet and bathing in cold water for 10 days, he began making 2 swords, which sometime afterwards he finished. One he presented to the god Fudo, the other to Dr. Uozumi. They were afterwards known as the celebrated swords made by the semi-blind Masakuni. The doctor thought it a pity to allow such a skilled artist as Masakuni to remain in the remote village of Awa province, and also that the beautiful Hawaii should be allowed to rust there. So he persuaded them to join him in Kyoto. Subsequently, he obtained the place as maid of honor in the palace of the Duke of Karasumaru for Owai-san, where she was perfectly happy. 5 years later, Masakuni died, and was buried in the cemetery of Kobiyama, at the eastern end of Kyoto. So my storyteller Furuka tells me. End of section 26.
North Star.
Chapter 27 of Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Larry Castleberry of Detroit, Michigan. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. Chapter 27. Sagami Bay. Hatsushima Island is probably unknown to all foreigners, and to 9,999 out of every 10,000 Japanese. Consequently, it is of not much importance. Nevertheless, it has produced quite a romantic little story, which was told to me by a friend who had visited there some 6 years before. The island is about 7 miles southeast of Atama, in Sagami Bay, Tsuyu Province. It is so far isolated from the mainland that very little intercourse goes on with the outer world. Indeed, it is said that the inhabitants of Hatsushima Island are a queer people and prefer keeping to themselves. Even today, there are only some 200 houses, and the population cannot exceed 1,000. The principal production of the island is, of course, fish, but it is celebrated also for its jonquil flowers, suisen. Thus, it will be seen that there is hardly any trade. What little the people buy from or sell to the mainland, they carry in their own fishing boats.
North
In
Star.
matrimony, also they keep to themselves, and are generally conservative in all the feather forward. There is a well-known fisherman's song of Hatsushima Island.
North Star.
It means something like the following, and it is of the origin of that queer verse that the story is. Today is the 10th of June. May the rain fall in
North
torrents,
Star.
for I long to see my dearest Ocho-san. Hi, hi.
North Star.
Yariko no san.
North Star.
Yariko no san. Many years
North
ago,
Star.
there lived on the island the daughter of a fisherman, whose beauty, even as a child, was extraordinary.
North Star.
As she grew, Cho, for such was her name, improved in looks, and in spite of her lowly birth, she had the manners and refinement of a lady.
North
At the
Star.
age of 18, there was not a young man on the island who was not in love with her. All were eager to seek her hand in marriage, but hardly any dared to ask, even through the medium of a
North
third
Star.
party,
North
as
Star.
was usual. Amongst them was a handsome fisherman of about 20 years, whose name was Shinsaku. Being less simple than the rest and a little more bold, he one day approached Isuke, Ocho's brother, on the subject. Isuke could see nothing against his sister marrying Shinsaku. Indeed, he rather liked Shinsaku, and their families had always been friends. So he called his sister Ocho down to the beach where they were sitting and told her that Shinsaku had proposed for her hand in marriage, and that he thought it an excellent match in which her mother would have approved had she been alive. He added, "You must marry soon, you know. You are 18. And we want no spinster of Hatsushima, or girls brought here from the mainland to marry our bachelors. Stay, stay, my dear brother. I do not want all this sermon on spinsterhood," cried Ocho. "I have no intention of remaining single, I can tell you. And as far as Shinsaku, I would rather marry him than anyone else. So do not worry yourself further on that account. Settle the day of the happy event." Needless to say, young Isuke was delighted, and so was Shinsaku, and they settled that the marriage should be 3 days thence. Soon, when all the fishing boats had returned to the village, the news spread, and it would be difficult to describe the state of the younger men's feelings. Hitherto, everyone had hoped to win the pretty Ocho-san. All had lived in that happy hope and rejoiced in the uncertain state of love, which causes such happiness in its early stages. Shinsaku had hitherto been a general favorite. Now, the whole of their hopes were dashed to the ground. Ocho was not for any of them. As for Shinsaku, how they suddenly hated him. What was to be done, they asked. Little thinking of the comical side, or that in any case, Ocho would marry only one of them. No attention was paid to the fish they had caught. Their boats were scarcely moored high enough on the beach for safety. Their minds were wholly given to the question how each and every one of them could marry Ocho-san. First of all, it was decided to tell Shinsaku that they would prevent his marriage if possible. There were several fights on the quiet beach, which had never before been disturbed by a display of ill feeling. At last, Isuke, Ocho's brother, consulted with his sister and Shinsaku, and they decided for the peace of the island to break off the marriage. Ocho and her lover determining that at all events they would marry no one else. However, even this great sacrifice had no effect. There were fully 30 men. In fact, the whole of the bachelors wanted to marry Ocho. They fought daily. The whole island was thrown into a discontent. Poor Ocho-san. What could she do? Had not she and Shinsaku done enough already in sacrificing happiness for the peace of the island? There was only one more thing she could do, and being a Japanese girl, she did it. She wrote 2 letters, one to her brother, Isuke, another to Shinsaku, bidding them farewell. The island of Hatsushima has never had trouble until I was born, she said. For 300 years or more, our people, though poor, have lived happily and in peace. Alas, now it is no longer so on account of me. Farewell. I shall be dead. Tell our people that I have died to bring them back their senses, for they have been foolish about me. Farewell.
North
After
Star.
leaving the two letters where Isuke slept, Ocho slipped stealthily out of the house. It was a pouring wet and stormy night in the 10th of June, and cast herself into the sea with some rocks near her cottage, after well loading her sleeves with stones so that she might rise no more. Next morning, when Isuke found the letters, instinctively he knew what must have happened, and rushed from the house to find Shinsaku. Brother and lover read their letters together and were stricken with grief, as indeed was everyone else. A search was made, and soon Ocho's straw slippers were found on the pointed rocks near her house. Isuke knew that she must have jumped into the sea here, and he and Shinsaku dived down and found her body lying at the bottom. They brought it to the surface, and it was buried just beyond the rocks on which she had last stood. From that day, Shinsaku was unable to sleep at night. The poor fellow was quite distracted. Ocho's letter and straw slippers he placed beside his bed and surrounded them with flowers. His days he spent decorating and weeping over her tomb. At last, one evening, Shinsaku resolved to make away with his own body, hoping that his spirit might find Ocho, and he wandered toward her tomb to take a last farewell. As he did so, he thought he saw Ocho and called her aloud 3 or 4 times, and then, with outstretched arms, he rushed delightedly at her. The noise awoke Isuke, whose house was close to the grave. He came out and found Shinsaku clasping the stone pillar which was placed at his head. Shinsaku explained that he had seen the spirit of Ocho and that he was about to follow her by taking his life. But from this, he was dissuaded. Do not do that. Devote your life rather, and I will help you in building a shrine dedicated to Cho. You will join her when you die by nature, but please her spirit here by never marrying another. Shinsaku promised. The young men of the place now began to be deeply sorry for Shinsaku. What selfish beasts they had been. However, they would mend their ways and spend all their spare time building a shrine to Ocho-san. And this they did. The shrine is called the Shrine of Ocho-san Katsushima. And the ceremony is held there every 10th of June. Curious to relate, it invariably rains on that day, and the fishermen say that the spirit of Ocho comes in the rain. Hence the song. Today is the 10th of June. Mine. May the rain fall in torrents, for I long to see my dearest Ocho-san.
North Star.
Hi. Yariko no Sa. Yariko no Sa. The shrine still stands, I am told. End of chapter 27. Recording by Larry Gassenberg, Detroit, Michigan.
North Star.
North Star.
Chapter 28 Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Maria Carey. Ancient Tales and Folklore of Japan by Richard Gordon Smith. The King of Torijima. Many years ago, there lived a daimyo called Tarao. His castle and home were in Osaki. And amongst his retinue, he's a faithful and favorite servant whose name is Kume Shuzen. Kume had learned his master to the Lord Tarao, and indeed acted for him in everything connected with business. One day, Kume had been dispatched to the capital, Kyoto, to attend to business for his master, when the daimyo Toshiro of Hyuga quarreled with the daimyo of Osumi over some boundary question, and Kume, not being there to help his master, who was a hasty person, the 2 clans fought at the foot of Mount Kitamata.
North Star.
It is impossible to say exactly to which of the Torijima Islands the story relates. There are 2. One, a rock islet, some 60 miles east of Okinawa-jima, the main island on which is the capital of the 3 islands, Napa, and the other, or larger, Torijima, between longitude 128 degrees and 129 degrees, and not far south of latitudinal line 38 degrees. My storyteller declares the tale to be about the rocky island south, which charts show as 60 feet above water at high tide, by reason of there being an island adjacent called Kuneshima, while I argue that it is more probably about the northern Torijima adjacent to which is a large island named Takoneshima, which might very well have been Takoneshima. With Japanese, Chinese, and English names, these islands are very puzzling. The Japanese, though excellent map makers, are bad geographers, changing names as they think fit. End of footnote. The Lord Tarao Osu was killed, and so were most of his men. They were most completely beaten. The survivors retired to their lord's castle with Osaki, but the enemy followed them up and again defeated them, taking the castle. Messengers had been dispatched to bring back Kume, of course, but Kume decided that there was only one honorable thing to do, and that was to gather the few remaining samurai he could and fight again in his dead master's behalf. Unfortunately, only some 50 men came to his call. These, with Kume, hid in the mountains with the intention of waiting until they had recruited more. One of Toshiro's spies found this out, and all except Kume were prisoners. Being hotly pursued, Kume hid himself in the daytime and went to the sea by night. After 3 days, he reached Hizaki, and there, having bought all the provision he could carry, hid himself until an opportunity should come, seizing a boat in the darkness, hoping to baffle his pursuers. Kume was no sailor. In fact, he had hardly ever been in a boat, and never except as a passenger. There was no difficulty in finding a boat. He pushed it off and let it drift, for he could not use the oar and understood nothing about a sail. Fortunately, Hizaki is a long cape on the southeast coast, facing the open Pacific, and therefore there was no difficulty in getting away. The wind being favorable and the tide as well. Besides, there is here a strong current always traveling south towards the Luchus. Kume was more or less indifferent as to where he went, and even if he cared, he could not have helped himself. His knowledge of direction and land was very good. As soon as he found himself out of sight of land, he was lost. All he knew was that where the sun rose, there was no land which he could reach. The China lay in the direction in which it set, and that to the south there were islands which were reputed to hold savages, Nambanjin, foreign southern savages. Thus Kume drifted on. He knew not whither, lying in the bottom of the boat, and in no way economizing his provisions. And it naturally came to pass that at the end of the second day he had no water left, and suffered much in consequence. Towards morning on the 5th day, Kume lay half asleep in the bottom of the boat. Suddenly he felt a thump. "Oh, Shibata," said he to himself in his native tongue, and, sitting up, he found he had drifted on to the rock. Kume was not long in scrambling ashore and dragging his boat as high as he was able. The first thing he set about doing was to find water to quench his thirst. As he wandered along the rocky shore hunting for a stream, Kume knew that the island could not be inhabited, for there were tens of thousands of seafowl perched upon the rocks, feeding along the beach and floating on the water. Others were sitting on eggs. Kume could see that he was not likely to starve while the birds were breeding. He could see, moreover, that fish were there in abundance. The birds of the gannet species were simply gorging themselves with a kind of iwashi, sardine, which made the surface of the calm sea resolute upon to escape the larger fish pursuing them from underneath. Shoals of flying fish came quite close to shore, pursued by the magnificent albacore, which clearly showed that the fishermen did not visit these parts. Shellfish were in plenty in the coral pools, and among them lay, thickly strewn, the smaller of the coral mussels with which Kume was familiar in his own country. There was no sand on this island, that is to say, on the seashore. Everything seemed to be of coral formation, except that there was a thick reddish substance out of which grew low scrubby trees bearing many fruits, which Kume found quite excellent to eat. There was no trouble in finding water. There were several streams flowing down the beach and coming from the thick scrub. Kume returned to his boat to make sure that it was safe, and having found a better hole for it, he moved it thither. Then, having eaten some fruit and shellfish and seaweed, Kume lay down to sleep and to think of his dead master, and wonder how he could eventually avenge him on the daimyo Toshiro of Hyuga. When morning broke, Kume was not a little surprised to see some 8 or 9 figures of people, as he first thought, sleeping. While later, he found that they were turtles, and it was not long before he was on shore and had turned one. But then, recollecting that there was plenty of food without taking the life of a beast so much benefited, he let him go. Perhaps, thought he, like Urashima, my kindness to the turtle may save me. Indeed, these turtles may be messengers or retainers of the Sea King's palace. One thing that Kume now decided was to learn to row and sail his boat. He set to and almost mastered the art of using the immense sculling used by present and ancient Japanese alike. In the afternoon, he visited the highest part of his island, but it was not high enough to enable him to see land, though he thought at one time that he could discern that faint line of blue on the horizon, which prophesies distant land. However, he was safe for the time. He had food in plenty and water. True, the birds somewhat bothered him, for they did not act as might have been expected. There seemed something uncanny in the way they sat on their perches and watched him. He did not like that, and often threw a stone at them. But even that had little effect. They only seemed to look more serious. Though Kume was no sailor, he was a good enough swimmer, as are most Japanese who live anywhere along the sea provinces, and he was quite able to dive in moderation and up to a depth of 3 Japanese fathoms, 15 feet. Thus it was that Kume spent all the time he was not practicing in his boat in diving for shellfish. He soon found that there were enormous quantities of pearl oysters, which contained beautiful pearls, and having collected some 50 or 60, large and small, he cut one of the sleeves of his coat and made a bag which he determined to fill. One day, while Kume was diving about after his pearls and shellfish, he found that by looking in the holes of rocks beneath the low tide level, he could find pearls that had fallen from the dead and rotten shells above. In one case, they were like gravel, and he took them out of a cavity by handfuls. Discolored they certainly were, but Kume knew them from their roundness of shape, and rubbing with sand or earth soon proved them to be pearls. Thus it was that he worked with renewed energy, hoping all the time to make sufficient money to be able eventually to avenge his dead master. One day, some 6 weeks after he had landed on the island, he saw a distant sail. Through the day he watched it carefully, but it did not seem to come or go much nearer, and Kume came to the conclusion that it must be the sail of a stationary fishing boat, for there was breeze enough to have taken it off out of sight twice over since he had watched, if it had wanted to go. Surely there must be land somewhere where they have not the boat. It would not be there for half a day if not. Tomorrow, now that I can manage to sail a very boat, I will start on an expedition and see. I do not expect to find my own countrymen, but I may find Chinese who may be friendly, and if I find the southern savages I shall not. With my good Japanese sword, be afraid. Next morning, Kume provisioned his boat with fruit, water, shellfish, and pearls, and, tying his bag of pearls about him, set sail in a southwesterly direction. There was little wind, and the boat went slowly, but Kume steered steadily all night, as was natural, considering the little he knew. He dared not go to sleep, and thus perhaps lose all idea of the direction whence he had come. Thus it came that when morning broke, the sun rose on his port side, and he found himself not more than some 4 miles from an island, which lay right ahead of him. Quite elated with his first success in navigation, Kume seized his oars and helped the boat along. On reaching the land, his reception was anything but pleasant. At least 100 angry savages were on the beach with spears and staves. But what were they, as my translator asked, to a Japanese samurai? 15 of them were put out of action without his getting a scratch, for Kume was well up in all the defensive arts that his military training had given him, and the tricks in jiu-jitsu were familiar to him. The rest of his adversaries became frightened and began to run. Kume caught one of them and tried to ask what island this was, and what kind of people they were. By signs, he explained that he was a Japanese and in no way an enemy, but on the contrary, wished to be friendly and, as they could see, he was alone, greatly impressed by Kume's prowess, and glad that he did not wish to resume hostilities. The natives stuck their spears point downwards in the sand, and came forward to Kume, who sheathed his sword and proceeded to examine the 15 men he had laid low. 11 of these had fallen by some clever jiu-jitsu trick, and were, to all intents and purposes, dead. But Kume took them in various ways and restored them to life by a well-known art called Kwatsu, really artificial breathing, which has been practiced in Japan for hundreds of years in connection and with some secret jujitsu tricks which are said to kill you unless someone is present who knows the art of Quatsu. You must die if left for over 2 hours without being restored. At present, it is illegal to kill temporarily even though you know the art of Quatsu. Kume restored 9 of his fallen enemies, which in itself was considered to be a marvelous performance and gained them much respect. 2 others were dead. The rest had wounds from which they recovered. Peace being established, Kume was escorted by the chief to the village and given a hut to himself, and he found the people kind and agreeable. A wife was given to him, and Kume settled down to the life of the island and to learn the language, which in many ways resembled his own. Sugar and yams were the principal things planted, with, of course, rice in the hills, and where there was sufficient water for terracing, but fishing formed the principal occupation of all. 4 or 5 times a year the islanders were visited by a junk, which bought their produce and exchanged things they wanted for it, such as beds, iron rods, calico, and salt. After 3 months' residence, Kume was able to talk the language a little, and had managed to narrate his adventures. Moreover, he had explained that the island from which he had sailed, he had named it Torijima, on account of the birds there, was a far better island than their own for all marine produce. Do, my friends, said Kume, accompany me over there and see. I have shown you my pearls. I am not much of a diver, but for those that are divers, there are as many as you can wish. Also sea slugs, beche de mer, and namako of the very best kinds. Do you know that the island which you call Tori is bewitched? They asked. It is impossible to go there, for there is a gigantic bird which comes twice a year and kills all men who have ventured to land. It could not have been there when you were there, or you could not have lived a day. Well, my friend, said Kume, I am not afraid of a bird, and as you have been very kind to me, I should like to show you my Torijima, for though small, it is better than your island for all the things which come from the sea, and you would say so if you came. Please say that some of you will accompany me. At last 30 men said they would go. That would be 3 boatloads of them. Accordingly, next evening they started, and as the direction was well known to the Luchuans, they reached the shores of Torijima just as the sun arose. Kume's boat arrived first, though he had been fully warned of the great bird which must have been absent when he was in the island. Kume landed alone and was proceeding up the shore when an immense eagle with a body larger than his own swept down on him and began to fight. Kume, being a Japanese, immediately cut the monster in half. From that day, Torijima has been settled on by fishermen and has afforded more pearls, coral, and fish than the other, which they name Kumijima, and sometimes Shuzenshima, both being his names. Moreover, Kume Shuzen was made the king of both islands. Kume never got back to Japan to avenge his master, the Lord Tarao. Indeed, he was better off than he had ever been before, and lived a happy life on the 2 wild Luchu Islands, which had not yet come under the Chinese rule, being too small to be thought of. After some 15 years, Kume died and was buried on Kumijima. My storyteller says that those who visit the Luchus and pass Kumijima will notice from the sea a monument to Kume Shuzen. End of chapter 28. Recording by Maria Melodia Carey.